through the flames, awaken the power held inside of me, harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate, are you kidding? Marco to the rescue, the blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory, won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
And it's finals day of the Summer Showdown tournament. We're here to close off the ultimate, well, the penultimate, I guess, shots there. Messing up my words already, Avril. So excited, that's why it's going on. But final day, we've got 2 matches for you. We're going to kick things off with a lower bracket final and then move on to our finals to see who the Shanghai Dragons is going to throw down against.
Third stage finals, second regional finals here. One of our last finals from the kickoff clash in Philadelphia Fusion and the Seoul Dynasty will return to the final stage. The other one will come home third and unfortunately miss out on the opportunity to take on the Shanghai Dragons, who at the moment sit pretty on the throne, waiting the challenger of who will meet them there. And let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see how we got to this stage on Championship Sunday. We started out with 4 teams, our top 4 teams in the Eastern Division, Shanghai and Seoul in number 1 and 2 seeds, Guangzhou Charge and Philly Fusion number 3 and 4. A pretty swift round of games so far, Trent. I mean, look, out of the 4 matches that we played, 3 of them ended in 3-0. The only game that went the distance or even went above a 3-0 was that opening day Seoul versus Fusion, rather. And now we get a repeat of that today.
Yeah, fans are going to be really happy with that one. And looking at the form we had from the Fusion yesterday in particular, I feel like this is the day where the script might flip from their outing in that first round of the winners bracket. But before we get into those rosters, let's get ourselves a little extra excited for the first match of Showdown Sunday.
Yeah. I was born with the story, I was born for the glory. Through the heat and the rain, can't deny and ignore me. I'm bred for commitment, signed up for a mission. Yeah, it comes with the price, it's all in the description. My time has arrived, I can't hesitate. Nothing is in my way, knocking down barricades. On a different type of time, dreams are never late. From the jump, I'm the person you can never break. Ain't got time for indecision. Yeah, I got the power, I've been working after hours. Seize the moment, I can't back up, call a coward. Student of the game, like I ball at Howard. You can cut me down, I can't be devoured. Heart on 10, coverage on 10, all I think is win. I can't watch it in 2020 through the lens. When I fell off, I always had to try again. Got the code that connected like I'm signing in. Ain't got time for indecision. I got them all out. No, you ain't gonna hold me down. 'Cause I'm a rebel. Spirit strong like metal. I will never let them all know I was born ready to be legend. I won't settle, reaching higher levels. Just you wait and see. I'll be legendary.
These teams have had a lot of clashes over the years. And we're going to find out who will get the better of them and get a spot in the finals today. Starting off with the Philadelphia Fusion roster. And I've got to draw attention, Avril, to our player of the match from yesterday. MN3 looked absolutely terrifying and found a way, I think, to upgrade their level of play in that match yesterday.
And it does seem like the Philly Fusion are improving that level of players who say upgrade every single time that we do see them. It's a bit of a shame that they haven't been able to get one over Seoul just yet in terms of the map 5s. It does seem like Philly Fusion love to go to those map 5s. They dispatched the Guangzhou Charge quite efficiently yesterday, but can they actually beat Seoul? Because 2 times in a row now, they have not been able to. A 5th map eludes them every single time.
There was this interesting stat line I saw that every time, I think, that Philly have placed Seoul Dynasty recently, it's been Seoul have won 2 matches, then Philly have won a 3-1 scoreline. Seoul 2 matches, Philly 3-1 scoreline. Seoul 2 matches, Philly 3-1 scoreline. We're due a Philly 3-1 scoreline win, Avril. So that might complete the cycle and complete the pattern today. I think that's a believable scoreline. Here's your Seoul Dynasty roster. Stalker, Fitzmer, Prophet, Vindame as well. Clips are in for Vindame today.
Yeah.
The clip buff is present for the Seoul Dynasty.
Nice
They
bow
need
as
all
well.
the energy they can get. Yep.
Clip buff, is it going to happen here? You gave a decent amount of, I think, gas to the potential of the Philly Fusion winning today. I think the Fusion fans will appreciate that, or it'll all come tumbling down. But you know what? I believe in the second place prophecy. It's got to happen again.
Yes.
Or Seoul are going to get in the way. Could it be 3 times that Seoul prevent Philly Fusion from moving on? We are going to find out. It's going to be Nepal to start things out with. Chosen by the Seoul Dynasty as the higher seed. Philly Fusion, again, we are looking forward to 2 specific maps here. Going towards Circuit Royale, going towards a new Queen Street. Are Seoul Dynasty going to pick either of those 2 maps again? They did lose both of them to Philly Fusion in the last meeting.
Yeah, well, like you said, the luxury of choice when it comes down to the tournament. They get to choose of the maps. Hopefully they've learned from their mistakes last time. First round of Nepal is going to be Sanctum. I think we're going to see Zest switch over probably to a more reasonable pick. Going to get him on the Genji.
Yep.
But Fitz rolling out with the Ashe for this one. Only variation in the comps.
And that's the same as what we saw last time as well. Seoul Dynasty, they like to try and play the Ashe in as many positions as possible. And certainly, Nepal Sanctum is going to be one of those places that you can efficiently run this hero. Maybe when we get to the other rounds, it won't be as clear. So far, this is damage, not too bad. Playing this one passively, point unlocks in about 5 seconds. And we'll see what kind of moves Philly Fusion want to do.
MN3 on the first round of the control map yesterday were just removing players before the fight even began. They're sitting at 100 charge with a railgun. It's a terrifying thought to think what they could do with such open sightlines. And get a pick here. Very low smurf at the moment. Could capitalize on it. And MN3 with the railgun. That's what you love to see. Bursting out Fitz and opens it wide for Philly to walk onto that point and get the first cap.
Yeah, didn't even need the right click there as well. Just the left click spam was enough to catch the head of Fitz as Seoul Dynasty failed to really capitalize on any of their own damage done. Couldn't get any kills there so far. Only 1 frag between both of our teams, but that does lead to a nice start for the Fusion. Deficit and counting up, and we're still waiting for ultimates to come through. That probably won't happen this fight. 45 for Zest, 39 for Stalker. Minor lead there for the Fusion. See if that ends up coming into play.
Now Fixer needs to get out of the shot range. Nearly taken out from the sky. Ashe doesn't need that ramp-up time that you often see the Sojourn needing. Smurf goes down low, gets the healing they need. MN3 gets himself off the point, tries to create more angles for himself. That's a low Smurf, needs to take cover. Susceptible to a body shot from that railgun at that HP.
Alright, well, the HP has been reset here. Seoul Dynasty don't get any space in the last, I would say, 15-20 seconds. Well, has been an extended second neutral here. We haven't still really gotten into a fight. Zest, a little bit tricky there. Bit of movement from Seoul finally. Zest still in trouble.
Yeah, he's been able to recover now. It's Fury under the Kosh. Flip comes in for Seoul Dynasty, so Philly gave that one up to play super defensively and keep everyone on board. And then Free feeling hurt as his aim goal for the time being. Smurf also needs some healing as Fitz will back off once again. Playing around the staircase steal. Nice headshot onto Fixer. Should heal up as they're about to get the beat online. That could be pivotal in this next fight.
Oh, that's a really nice shot onto Fitz. It'll take down the Seoul Dynasty. Hit scan. Let's see if anybody else falls. Smurf and Stalker got pretty low there. The ultimate starting to come online now. Prophet wants to pull the rally and might end up losing it here.
Yeah, immediately answered with a Dragon Blade. Stalker should be going down here. Has enough time left on the blade for that one. Already a member down. Pulling out the rally just to see if they could extend some of the ult charge, maybe turn the fight. Wasn't meant to be, but he did manage to get that Dragon Blade out of Zest.
It's a nice turnaround, given that Seoul actually capped the point, got 31% for it. Nothing more than some damage done that forced Fusion away. Now some more damage has been done. M3, a bit of a beating there. Still plenty of ultimates to play through. 4 versus 3 here. Smurf about 9 away from the Rampage. Bob on the point straight away to the pressure.
Yeah, 4 hit there from Seoul Dynasty. That Rampage from Fury cuts through. Double support ultimates layered by the Fusion as well against the beat from Vindame. His Dragon Blade from Stalker on the hunt. Fury takes out the main tank. But the rest of Fusion have managed to find 3 members of Seoul Dynasty. Not the trade the Dynasty were looking for, and we're getting down to the final 10% of this map.
And M3 emerges close the block right now. He's got Profit down already. It's really just up to Smurf. Has to save the day here. 3 versus 5. The Rampage must come through, but I don't think there's anybody alive. Seoul Dynasty, are they out of time? Yes, they are.
Yeah, no one was going to touch there. With the overclock coming in those last moments, Avril Vindame was nowhere near getting to touch because he's just so exposed to those shots from MN3 as he's trying to wall hop along and touch for the overtime. So that's first round being put in the favor of the Philly Fusion. We're going to move over to Shrine as our next round.
Yep.
Seoul Dynasty probably looking for a little bit more from these rounds, to be honest. 31%, not the scoreline you're looking for, and only really 1 decisive fight win from them.
Not at all what Seoul were looking for in terms of the start of the neutral, the start of the round, some of the mid-fights in there as well. They got that 131% cap when they kind of just dealt enough damage to Fusion for them to respect it and leave the point. Very critical fight when the Bob came through from Fitz, touches point, pressures the point. They put in a bunch of other ultimates, but unsuccessful. Stalker, despite getting kills, it's not enough. So what can happen now on Shrine? We are off of the Ash as expected. Fitz will play that for Sanctum, but cheat that one away at least for Shrine.
Nice bit of burst back and forth between Zest and Stalker, trying to chip each other down. MN3's been removed, cheerioed off the map. Now Fitz going to rotate round, lock him down in the stairs, in that little bunker, while Seoul Dynasty get themselves the point. Good reactions there from the Fusion, completely disengaged, don't give anything else up.
Yeah, so just the 1 kill again, it's enough. I mean, that's kind of what we saw last time on Sanctum. It's the 1 kill onto Seoul that allowed Fusion to take the point this time the opposite happens. 15% and counting, no real ultimates on board just yet. Probably not going to be at least for another 10% on the cap here. 15, Stalker is the closest and still not too far away. Opportunity now for Fusion to try and work this neutral up. Bit of damage with the Smurf, and it's actually Fitz down first.
Yeah, melee kill takes them off the field. No sojourn for Seoul Dynasty. Zest climbs through again. Shuriken headshot onto Smurf. And then Freeze charging the railgun. Might not even need to use it against Stalker, but there's some attention from the back. Vindame coming in to draw his ire. Gives time for Stalker to actually grab the Mega and get out there, but it will cost Vindame their life.
Seoul, still waiting to see if Seoul can get a blade. It's not going to happen in this fight anymore. Fusion have definitely been able to find the timing where Seoul can't quite use anything in terms of resource. In fact, it's Zest that finds the first blade. We'll have to save that one for our third fight. Should be pretty easy for the Fusion to capitalize on this gap with 20% to 39 as well. That should be evened up and balanced out when the Seoul come back in. No sound barriers up just yet. Fixer is at 92. Vindame so far away. That means Zest should be able to pull through with a free blade. That will be a major win condition.
Fixer has that beat now available. Anytime Stalker pulls this through, should have an immediate answer from Fixer. Zest already going down really low, but he finds Stalker, cuts through Stalker, follows up onto Vindame as well, who's even further delayed from getting that sound barrier. And that went exactly how you thought it would there, Avril. The beat just making a huge difference to the survivability of Fusion, stopping Stalker from getting anything from that pivotal ultimate.
2-for-1 ult trade, but I think within acceptable margins, right? You do expect that if Stalker pulls blade, Fixer wants to take no chances there. Sound barrier straight away. Zest has a major HP advantage, takes down Stalker mid-blade as well, so stops any potential the damage coming on through. And now, Stalker, first blood, MN3 down, Philly on 4.
Yeah, they got the rally as well. This is going to make it so tough for Fusion to hold on to this point. Fitz is locked in the corner, has to slide to create some space. Prophet's also found Aim God as well, who will go down with that rally. Yeah, this is a lost fight for Fusion at this point. 5v3, not really a tenable position for them to hold, and everyone's pulling the retreat. They will come back with rally, overclock, and a rampage. From Smurf, trailing a bit behind Fury with that ult charge at the moment.
Well, at least this time Vindame will have the sound barrier available. Obviously couldn't pull it versus Zest in a previous fight, but very reasonable counter. And Smurf still lagging behind, as mentioned, for the Rampage, means that gives a little bit of time for Fixer to maybe build up again. Probably won't build up in time, but at least Aim God has something to try and counter out Smurf. Seoul Dynasty have a bit of a long way to go still. This Next overclock from Fitz needs to be very good. Should be overclock versus overclock here. Him3 to pop soon.
And not holding
5-man rampage,
just yet.
by the way.
5-man rampage for Fury. Smurfs down low, taking cover at the moment. The beat doing work there from Vindane. Keeps everyone up. Stalker's the first to potentially die, but playing it very safe for the time being. Shot from the sky finds Vindane. That's the 5v4. Fusion have control of the point. Seoul, I don't think they're going to win. I don't think they're going to get another shot at this.
Might be over.
Yeah, I think this is over. How are they going to touch? I mean, if Vindane maybe can trigger overtime, but this is going to be staggers at that point.
There's no one alive. There's no one alive. There's two supports now. Prophet and Vindane. Smurf has only just respawned 99%. Smurf can't even get the rampage to affect this fight. Vindane and Prophet fall, and Philly will pick up map number 1 in this lower bracket grand final. Or just final. Not quite the grand final yet, Tread, but we're working our way there.
Yeah, getting ahead of ourselves. We know what's on the card later today, but Fusion, great start to the series. They draw first blood. The Seoul Dynasty, they will get a map pick. We might get one of our questions answered about what their map choice is going to be. But the Fusion, fantastic start. They looked in control, I would say, that entire round. A few moments where, obviously, Dynasty were able to get some points on the board, but didn't take long for Fusion to wrestle back control on both of the rounds, Avril.
Yeah, with that, it is not the best start for Seoul that they were thinking of, and we already had a situation in previous matches in these first 3s BO5s where the Fusion did have a 2-1 lead. Last time they played, it was Seoul that had a 2-0 lead. Seoul are definitely not going to be in the lead this time. Going to take a quick break here, Trip, and when we come back, map number 2, Seoul selection will come through. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to Summer Showdown Sunday. We're in the middle of the Seoul Dynasty versus the Philadelphia Fusion. Philly are leading the series after a quite controlled, ironically enough, control map. Nepal to kick things off. It was Seoul Dynasty's pick by virtue of being the higher seed. Guess what, Avril? They get to pick our next map because they lost the previous one. That's how it's going to go for the rest of this series.
Well, it's as long as they keep losing, then if Philly win again, then it'll be a reverse sweep from Seoul, and they'll have to continue picking until they get somewhere they like to go to, or maybe now is exactly where they want to go to. So one of the key, I think, identities that the Seoul Dynasty have carved out for themselves is that they do like to play the Ashe, but Ashe is only applicable on some maps, and the sort of Ashe versus Sojin discussion is a very interesting one, where I think usually on an average kind of in a vacuum scenario, the Sojin is preferable, but we also know that Fitz is kind of he has a preference towards the Ashe, right? So Seoul want to play maps that are good for the Ashe. So there are certain specific places where the Ashe does shine. Dorado is one of them. And, another important map is Paraíso, and that's actually where we are going to go to next. That is the choice for the Seoul Dynasty. But I have to say as well, A and B, pretty reasonable for Ashe. I think once you get towards C, you might have to get off the Ashe and go back towards the Sojin. For the Philadelphia Fusion, though, MN3 looking as scary as ever, and that's a problem for the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, point A tends to be quite defensible. I think out of the Paraísos I've seen this season, Avril, I think only one match has gone to point C. It's quite a defensible position so far.
Rare, yeah.
So yeah, so I think that's not necessarily the worst thing about the Ashe, because maybe Ashe might not even be a factor. Well, Ashe in point C might not even be a factor in this matchup. They might not make it that far, both teams. It's all about who can have the fuller hold.
Certainly, if you are Seoul Dynasty, you'd like to be able to lock this one up nice and quickly. They are defending first, so if they can get a full hold going, that would be the play. There's also a very intricate Seoul A-point attack strategy in place as well. You'll see that when they do go the attacking side, Fitz will go towards the Tracer, go for a flank, and try and pressure the point itself to draw back the defenders. So Seoul have very specific ways to play this map. And the way we're actually looking at it now, despite all of this discussion about the Ashe, Fitz is not starting on the Ashe. He's actually chosen the Sojin, so I don't know if this is maybe Seoul moving away from something they'd otherwise be quite comfortable with, or if they're trying to screw with the Fusion a little bit. Probably won't work out in their favor in that sort of sense, because Fusion have respawn advantage from attacking first. They can sort of swap up their composition however they like.
Well, here we go. Here's the rollout. MN3 will go for the cheeky Widow. Oh, that was actually close. Unfortunately, no dice for MN3, who will trade over to the Sojin. Thought about the Ashe for a second. It will be an exact mirror between these two teams.
Yeah, I think the Sojin is, again, in a vacuum, generally considered to be better here. And Seoul Dynasty changing nothing from what we've seen typically. And with that, the opening Sojin duel goes the way of MN3.
Les Stalker trying to equalize things by taking out Zest immediately afterwards. 4 for 4 at the moment. Smurfs exposing themselves quite a lot. Stalker gets in the face of MN3 with the dash. Will get themselves to safety, but removes MN3 from the high ground and kind of cuts down some of the angles they can take while they regroup. But of course, Sojin is a hero that can be very mobile, gets back up there in no time whatsoever.
Very important that Seoul Dynasty do get the trade there as well, because otherwise it could be first point gone. As attacker's advantage of respawn distance still very much a factor here. Fusion already making some inroads to the actual point itself. So in terms of area control, Seoul Dynasty have lost all high ground. They're not even playing the battlements. They're completely on the ground here. And Philly Fusion making a bit of a rotation. They actually want to start moving towards that high ground themselves, at least heal up a little bit before our next engagement.
Yeah, they tend to get the high ground off of the Seoul Dynasty, and then they get forced off because Stalker just goes hyper-aggressive with a deflect. Not much MN3 can do about that, and then they lose the territory, go back down to the low ground. It's just alternating up and down the stairs right now, but they have finally broken through that threshold. Got a nice position on the corner. Take a few railgun shots as they lock Seoul Dynasty inside the red house.
See when the ultimates start to come through here as well. Nearly 2 minutes gone. Fix it onto Stalker, and Seoul will fall here. Two players down, no trades. Philadelphia Fusion will get the A cap, and doesn't look like Seoul Dynasty will have any chance to retake either. That was slow and methodical. Fusion off the back of some picks will clean it up.
Yeah, now they get to move on to point B. A lot of ult charge across the board right now. MN3 is the closest to producing that overclock, and immediately goes to the rooftops to try and start lock down these sight lines, make sure they can't be oppressive as they try and move this payload through the streets.
Seoul staying their defensive positioning on the green roof. That's pretty typical. You think you see most teams will be kind of defaulting on that position as the Philly Fusion look towards first ultimates. First tick comes on through, that is M3 in the overclock. But the rest of the players, minus Fury, to follow very soon after. Stalker now to match. We're looking at the Lucios next. Who's going to have the sound barrier available to counter the Blades? So far, free pushing Seoul Dynasty, waiting for their opportunity to drop on down.
Yeah, Stalker's down at the moment, just delaying it a smidgen. Frontlining effectively for the team right now. Overclock for MN3, he's been selling that for a while. Not got the opportunity to use it yet. Double support ultimates available from both sides. This next fight could get expensive. Here you go, Blade and Rally for Seoul Dynasty. AimGod doesn't get a chance to bring theirs to the party. Neither does Fixer. Fusion just getting demolished by Stalker right now. And they're going to take that one and reset entirely from the spawn room.
And that is Stalker going straight for the backline there as well. Fixer, no sound barrier to come on through. Maybe felt it was a little bit too risky.
Nope.
And Philly Fusion at risk of being spawn camped. In fact, Salt will give it a go. This is going to force perhaps ultimates from Fusion. Probably damage is reasonable, but Fusion should be able to recover off the back of that one. Seoul Dynasty looking to intercept now. Again, the goal from Seoul is to force ultimate. Seoul don't need to themselves really play for ults here. They just need Fusion to burn.
Well, there's one. AimGod pops the Rally. Gets into the face of Profit. Rampage cuts through, finds 4. Beat comes out from Fix to the sustain. Vindame's going to be able to drop theirs down as well. Fury answers back onto 3. And it's so much more impactful because Zest pulls out that Blade and just capitalizes on the anti-heal. That's a decisive fight win for the Fusion, and they will now be pushing towards point C.
And that's everybody's ultimate bank being blown in that fight as well. So the only thing left now is the 2 overclocks available. In some ways, Seoul kind of did their jobs, but they didn't actually create a positive economic situation for themselves. We just evened out. We kind of broke even in that fight now. So the important overclock that gets the pressure here, gets the value here, gets the impact that the teams are looking for, is going to get this fight win. Seoul still have a very defendable position. The payload distance wasn't that good from the Fusion, so we have this final position to play through. Stalker to Zest, it's a 5v4.
Yeah, and MN3's got the overclock in this fight as well. Wants to find value, fits, create a bargain for him. Shield not an option, sniped out the sky. Looking for one more. Smurf down low, on the hunt, finds him off. MN3 picking up the 3K, make it a 4 for Vindame. Yeah, it's an easy spray down the left click. MN3 takes control of the fight. Point B secured, time bank extension, and we do actually make it to the final section of Paddle ESO.
Which is probably not a great deal for Seoul Dynasty. They would have had to really think about what happened on that last fight and would have preferred a much better result for themselves. I think they still had a very defendable spot, but Fitz going down to MN3 straight away does them no wonders. They actually had the earlier Blade coming online as well, so there's a fair chance that had they survived against MN3's overclock, Stalker pulls Blade, no support ultimates on the Fusion, Seoul is still in a winning position for that B defense, but bygones be bygones now, 240 remaining. Early free push is fine, Seoul Dynasty waiting for the opportunity to strike. That Stalker Blade still needs to come through this fight.
Fitz using the overclock. Fury wants to regroup with the rest of his team. Keeping the angles on check. AimGod goes for the shield bash. Doesn't get it. Stalker with the Blade. Dashes through Fixer. Smurf incredibly low while this is going on. He's sustained. This could be a clean fight for the Seoul Dynasty. Doesn't get away with the Jungle Queen. Might settle for Zest. No, they managed to be at minis and recover. Only 2 dropping there for Fusion.
Well, one problem here for Seoul is that they haven't cleaned up enough to go for a spawn camp. The ideal scenario is that you kill Zez, you kill Fury, who are both, by the way, low at the end of that fight, but no further chase from Seoul, respecting the Fusion as they back on out. Have those 2 members gone down and Seoul don't lose members. They go for a spawn camp. That's how you bleed the timer down.
Rally from Profit. They're trying to set up this spawn camp now. They find 2. MN3 also on the cards here, slides out, gets himself to safety. Vindame finds AimGod as well. That's enough for the spawn camp, right, Avril? Is 4 enough?
Well, they should be going for this one. They're playing quite timid. Maybe they don't want to take the risk. We have seen plenty of teams actually do go for the spawn camp here, but Seoul Dynasty will kind of just play the chokes instead. So not quite a spawn camp, we'll call it a soft one, as they do play the extremities of the C point without actually leaving their C point itself and heading towards the spawn doors of Fusion. So it's a safer version of what other teams might do more aggressively. And if they can at least get that defense underway, they will still achieve the same goal as they kill Fixer. Are they going to get aggressive though? Can they clean up more?
It's good. One of the things that's been missing from this matchup so far, Avril, is these early picks coming in from Fitz as well, matching MN3 on these early fight cancellations, so to speak. So to find Fixer is a nice change of pace. Hopefully more of it comes into play, and Seoul Dynasty can take control of these fights more often.
The difficult thing for Fusion is that they do have to push through chokes here. So this is where we're expecting the Fury Rampage to probably lead the way. Fixer doesn't want to blow his sound barrier early. Smurf
only finds one with that. Fury's still up. Fury can still go for this Rampage. They're not chunked down at all as Zest pulls out that Blade. being put back, only finds Fitz with theirs. So it's a 1-for-1 trade on the Rampage. Engel and Stalker have already been sent back to the spawn moves. Fitz with the follow-up as well. Seoul Dynasty have the edge right now. Fitz trying to escape the Jungle Queen damage, unable to deal with the melee though, and that's Seoul Dynasty winning the fight, 20 seconds remaining. This is going to be rushed for Fusion, especially with that stagger on Fury at the end.
Yeah, it's going to have to be supports maybe touching here. Zest could go for this one as well. Fury is going to have a very long respawn, and by the way, that extremely small, minute difference between the ultimate charge between Smurf and Fury, who was only about 2% off, that counts for a lot, because Smurf gets on the backline of Fusion first, the backline of Fusion falls first. Now it's final fight territory. By the way, the payload has not really moved at all. This is a long push still for the Fusion to get to the end.
Yeah, about to hit the halfway marker. It's uncontested for a couple more seconds. Finally going to be challenged on that corner. Stalker waiting for the rest of the team to follow up. Rallies traded by both teams. Blade available for Stalker. Overclock online for MN3. Stalker pulling the blade. Can't do anything right now. Goes for the deflect on the MN3, but it gets shut down. The flail will find MN3 in the end, but it's Zest to shut down Stalker. Now the overclock hidden underneath the stairs. Taking the shots, no one's lining themselves up, no one's setting themselves up for the free shot. Fitz can't find anything with the overclock. If this fight goes on long enough, Zest might be able to pull out a blade, and I don't think the supports are going to have something to match.
And if Zest gets the blade and gets a success on the blade, they will be able to cap. This is still very winnable for Fusion. It's a 1-point trade that doesn't really work for anybody, but Fusion still stay on. Look at the damage from Zest now. He desperately needs the blade.
Yeah, throwing those shurikens, just need to keep throwing them down. Keep himself alive with the deflect, 91%. Ingod's gone down. Vindame's going to use it straight away. They don't want this fight to go. He saves Smurf. That's going to be the shutdown. Zest pulls out the blade after the fact, but I think it's too late. He's going to be shut down entirely, cutting through the shields that were produced by Vindame's beat. Fury will be the last person to stand on that point. Fixer can try to delay it, but the Seoul Dynasty will end the Fusion's push just over halfway in point C.
It's a good effort. I mean, that's not a bad distance for the Fusion, especially in overtime, but it's also not what you're looking for. You're expecting that Fusion had enough time after capping B to actually finish the map. There is one, as we saw towards the end, just before the victory came up, Fury was on 99% towards the Rampage again. So if we extend the fight a little bit further on, Fusion have another ultimate coming online. They still have the capability in the wind conditions to actually finish the map, but the tempo goes away from the rug pulled out from underneath. It's Vindame that finds the beat first. Soul play the tempo beat. Zest pulls blade a little bit afterwards. Can't find any kills. Slashing green HP, and the Seoul Dynasty, they will be the ones that get the damage done and be able to defend.
Nice flip. Good distance accrued, regardless of the fact they were unable to finish the cap. Plenty of time for Fusion to defend and lock out a Seoul Dynasty push. We're going to go on the defense first. Zest actually opting to roll out on the Echo to kick things off here.
Which is not uncommon. Echo does have a place on this map, is reasonably played by some teams. Zest has favored the Echo in plentiful previous matches in other metas as well. Question will be, how does Seoul want to respond? Because if there was ever an excuse to play an Ashe, it would be here, but I want you to pay attention to what Fitz is currently playing. Don't mind the Junkrat or the Roadhog. The real pick is definitely going to be that Tracer. This is Seoul Dynasty Special Tactics. Everybody else will play the same pick. Stalker will go for an opening pick on the Widowmaker, go back to Sojin. Fitz will start setting up that flank and allow the Seoul Dynasty to get some rotation to pressure the backline, pressure the point itself. And Fitz actually goes back to spawn, so there it is. The answer is the Ashe. Had I think the Echo not been there, Fitz would have maintained the Tracer strategy. But the Echo being there, as is previously said, what is the counter going to be? Do you want to play the Tracer to go for the point, or do you want to play the Ashe to counter the Echo? And the answer is the Ashe.
See how effective that measure is. Not very, if you look how that opening pick goes. Zest eroding Fitz's HP bar, sends Seoul back to the spawn room immediately.
That's really unfortunate for Seoul. Spent all that time scouting, thinking about their strategy, contemplating their compositions, only for Zest to shut it down and say, no sir, don't worry about it at all. 40% now as we head towards that duplication. Seoul Dynasty, how do they get past this choke? This is why Haruzo A is so easy to hold sometimes. That first opening bridge is so tough. Zest gets another first play.
Yeah, you can't be going that low when Zest has the focusing B. Finally, the Fitz option reveals itself to take Zest out of the sky. Profit also finding Aim God here, so Seoul Dynasty might have been able to break through this forward hold that the Fusion have set up. The Fixer is still stalling for time, so it does allow some resets to come in. Yes, they're staggered. MN3 also finding Vindame makes it a little bit worthwhile. They're on the point, but I think there's time for some stall to come out here from Fusion.
Let's see here though. Fury's positioning is the most important one. Is Fury there or not? Zest could potentially go for the touch, but he's only an Echo. Not a Genji this time. No deflect. No real way to get himself out of danger. They're going to give this one up. Fury is certainly just too far away. They're already setting up on high ground around that greenhouse. You can see in the back. So Seoul Dynasty off of, we'll say that's 2 attempts, technically speaking, as Seoul did actually have to back on out. Fitz died initially. 2 attempts, they'll get the cap. Time back is reasonable. Let's see what happens now on B on the streets phase as we start to get into the ultimate territory. Vindane, by the way, leading above Fixer by a reasonable margin.
Probably the first element that will come online between these two teams. Yeah, just huge support advantage for Seoul. Lots of damage being pumped in there by Fitz. Fury going to be capitalized on by Smurf. And you got no Jungle Queen. It becomes so much harder to stall this payload out. MN3 under pressure, but able to jump from rooftop to rooftop. Fixer finds Vindane, and Zest is coming in for support here, trying to help keep him alive, but MN3 still gets taken out of the sky. Seoul Dynasty just crumbling Fusion right now. They're not really putting up any much of a defense across either of these two phases, let's be real.
And it's with Vindane as the only casualty, which is fine. Like Seoul Dynasty, that's a Lucio play. He gets back into action without too much hassle there. Seoul Dynasty, they still have the only 2 support ultimates available. M3 has Rail now. He's got the overclock available, which is going to be important.
Got rally advantage.
Under
Double
pressure,
Jungle Queen on the field. MN3 still alive right now. Fury hasn't got that Rampage online. Smurf's about to get that. I don't think Zest has done enough damage to be able to get a Rampage of their own right now. They're falling low. Stalker gets the blade after taking out Aim God. Turns around to MN3. Just absolutely being dismantled, Admiral. No defense from the Fusion. Point B secure. They're moving on to point C. They have 4 minutes 45 to hit that marker. They don't even have to complete in that time.
No.
Anyone looking at this reasonably would say that Seoul Dynasty are equalizing the series with this map.
Hey, that is, what, 3/5 of the way as well. And don't forget, this is still tempo advantage for Seoul. They got Rampage. They got the Bob available. They can fight for any position on the map they want to because Bob can take space. Seoul Dynasty can also choose to play this one patiently, go for maximum cart push. Fully Fusion would then have to be the ones that are pressured to make the fight happen. Waiting for Fury to get his own ultimate. Here comes the Bob now.
Yeah, trying to claim some space. Aim God holding onto the rally for the time being, but it's MN3 doing the work. Profit and Fits have been found. They're just out of the way of Bob. Bob's not even a factor right now, and no one's on the cart to push it forward. It's just stationary. There's no pressure on the point. They can rotate freely, and they just get their way out of the advantage Seoul Dynasty created for themselves.
Well, you see what Fusion do there. They take the fight over towards Seoul away from the Bob, so they start playing the more extremities of this kind of lane where the payload is. The Bob's on the floor. They play the high ground instead. They beat Fusion. They ignore the Bob, and it works out for them. Double hit on the Rampage from Smurf.
Yeah, just finding Fury and Aim God. Fury goes for the counter, finding 2 as well. Fitz is low without the anti-heal, but Stalker and Smurf get converted quite easily. Zest the only casualty from the Fusion so far. It's a good reset coming in for the Fusion right now. They've killed that momentum, the tempo that Dynasty had, and now they can start to work on the defense and burning this 3 minutes 20 that still remains. Yeah,
it's still a pretty monstrous time bank, as you're saying, but it is now doable for the Fusion. It's very important that they kind of deny the important ultimates from the Seoul Dynasty, stop that tempo, start forcing some resets. Bit of an issue coming through here now is that Seoul Dynasty still have map control. They're actually still pushing the payload fairly far up. Fusion don't have that close hold that the Seoul Dynasty did on their choke.
MN3 once again finding that opening pick onto Fitz, trading a Sojourn for 2 as Stalker finds 3 in this fight. He's having a hell of a time right now. And just absolutely dismantling once again the Fusion. There's nothing they can do about it. Everyone's been destroyed. And that's going to be the cap coming in for Seoul Dynasty. They still had 2 minutes 45 to spare. Victory. Equalizing the series, meaning we got a 1-1 scoreline heading into map number 3.
Yeah, that's overkill. That is a major overachievement there from the Seoul Dynasty. Stalk with the multi-frag at the end. So impressive, and in the neutral there as well. Love to see Stalker get back into action there. Was a little bit quiet on Nepal, but this is where Stalker really starts to pop on off. With the Seoul Dynasty in general, just a far more successful attack. I mean, 2 attempts on towards A. B was a complete wash. Fusion were missing from that defense. Fusion had a little bit more to say on C, but the Seoul Dynasty, they still had map control. When they pushed back on the payload, they instantly started moving the payload along. Fusion really far back, no ability to get a fight started, and it's the Seoul Dynasty that take control and take us to map number 3, equalizing the series.
Yeah, Philadelphia Fusion will get their map pick. This is priced in on the prediction at the beginning of the series. The pattern is still there, Avril. That's the one that Seoul Dynasty were going to get. It's now time for Philly to clap back. When we come back, we'll bring you map number 3. It's all tied heading into map number 3. Seoul Dynasty clap back on their map choice of Paraíso. It's now time for the Philly Fusion to choose the arena and hopefully pull ahead with a lead in the series, moving to a 2-1 scoreline. That is the game plan of your Fusion. Whether that's the case remains to be seen.
Still a good position for Fusion to be in, all things considered. Look, we expect that Seoul are going to be a strong competitor here. In fact, I'm not even sure why I'm talking about Seoul as if they're the underdogs. They should be the favorites to win. They've beaten Fusion twice in a row now. They are the second seed. They're the defending champions from Kickoff Clash. So at the moment, they do tie things up. Fusion look very good, though. No matter the fact that they lost on Paraíso, I still think they looked reasonable. Seoul, though, they had that map under lock. Map choice in this particular series, I think, is probably more important than the average series that we are going to see. Why? Because there are specific map picks for the Fusion that are strong on, as we see for the side of the Seoul Dynasty as well, Paraíso being that map choice. However, we're moving on to Escort. I preluded to the fact that there were some good maps coming up for Fusion. One of those is coming now. That's going to be Circuit Royale. That's been the bread and butter of the Philadelphia Fusion since day one of the 2022 season.
Yeah, I have a feeling that that is definitely our map choice. We got a little sneaky preview of the lobby. We can kind of see what they're going for. So Circuit Royale is definitely going to be the choice here. Yeah, I think that the reason why, Avril, we're kind of like talking about Fusion as being the team with the more power, should we say, it's just based off of recency bias. We did watch them absolutely stomp one team, and then we watched the Seoul Dynasty get stomped. But that's very surface level because you forget who the opponents are. Like, they got stomped by Shanghai Dragons, so, you know, what does that say about the rest of the field when you think about it? So definitely recency bias does frame it in that way, but I completely understand what you mean about, you know, historically, Seoul have performed very well against the Fusion, so we've got no reason to believe that they would be fighting from a position of underdog, like you said. Yeah,
I believe the overall record, franchise record between the two teams sits at something like 9-5. So 9 for Seoul, 5 for Fusion, of which this particular year they've met 5 times, and Seoul have won 4 times out of 5. That includes twice in just the recent couple of weeks. One from yesterday's game, and one from the Week 18 qualifier game as well. So some very recent results there, both of which were 3-2s. And this is why I think it gets contentious, because Fusion going 3-2, and actually the last match that they played, which we were both here for, they nearly reverse swept the Seoul Dynasty. I think that speaks a lot. That speaks volumes to how good Fusion can be and how good they really need to be to beat a team like Seoul, because we're in a position now where, once again, like the Week 18 game, Fusion can take match point here. This is their map. They love to go to Circuit. This is such a powerful, strong map. They have a great win record here. If they can't win one of their favorite maps, then I think Fusion are in trouble.
Screen makes it official. We're heading to Circuit Royale. It's going to be Seoul Dynasty on the offense first here, Avril. So it's Fusion who get to draw the line in the sand once more. And I believe yesterday we saw some good flickering between the teams that wanted to go for the absolute full hold right by the doors, see how much time they could break. Other teams playing much more passive, playing around the corner, the first bend towards the end of point A. I think, based on how Seoul have been playing, I think we're not going to see them do any kind of full hold. I think they've been a little bit more passive relatively to Fusion this series so far, so it wouldn't surprise me if they're absent from the full hold tactic.
So spawn camping is going to be the factor here. We've seen both teams spawn camp reasonably effectively. See if Smurf has got some musical chops for us.
Nope. Swapping.
Well, certainly not Fitz. So here are some results, by the way, from the Circuit Royale. Philadelphia won 3-2 Circuit Royale versus Seoul in Week 18. And then the actual tournament as well that we saw very recently in the first round. It was a 1-0 for Philadelphia Fusion, meaning they full held. So we've gone from a much closer circuit to a full hold on circuit. So the last time these two teams met, not very good for Seoul at all. Seoul looking for a much better map in Fusion. Would they like to just lock it up in any scoreline they can?
Upgrades, people, upgrades. It's constantly what we see from the Fusion, but have they got enough good parts?
So we go sliding over.
Stalker, round the back. On MN3 immediately if the support is there. Not able to convert, but does relieve a bit of pressure. Gets tagged on the backside, but it's Fitz finding Fixer. 3 down for the Fusion. Dynasty have the advantage. They'll be able to push this over to the corner and get it towards that final bend.
And that's really impressive as well. You see that Stalker goes over the roof, which, by the way, is allowed. It's just you can't place May walls and TPs there. You're allowed to fly over and jump over and all that. That's fine. and Stalker gets immediately onto the back line, forces Fusion to turn around, address him, and because Stalker's not a very safe hero in the Genji, can dash through, can use a deflect, you see him eat a rail from M3, but he doesn't go down. Fitz gets the kills. Seoul Dynasty get 2 frags here, they snowball, they collect the rest and convert, and now they're on their way to the finish line for A. Fusion still have one very good defense here, no ultimates for either side.
Any charge for a Fitz. This is the railgun, unfortunately. MN3 still manages to go quite low. I think that's more on Stalker. MN3's time to take a shot. No one's low enough for him to go for the kill confirmed.
Stalker's late is
Slides out to
coming.
get himself to safety. Still got a bit to go, 24%, but that can be accrued very quickly by a Genji. Tucked away in the corner, he's actually isolated a little bit. Nice in there from Zest. The rest of the team's going forward. They're going to try and follow up on the Genji charge. Nice deflex there from Stalker. Nearly takes off the head with the railgun deflect.
Ultimate time.
Now the counterattack from Seoul.
Here we go. Tempo
comes
big
in
through
on tempo.
Vindane, followed by the blade. It's 2 frags straight away. Fixer can't respond. Only
Yeah,
6-3.
Stalker's just going to cut through here, dealing so much damage. We'll capitalize on 2. Fusion just get out tempo there. Unable to match the ultimate power that comes in through Seoul Dynasty.
And it's just Fixer being slightly behind as well. You saw Vindame edging out of the sound barrier. Seoul Dynasty, they knew they had the advantage, and now they're going to go for some extra kills on the bad respawns. They just
Huge
got
punish.
the cap. M3 and Aim God come through from the A point defensive spawn, so they can't quite escape. Seoul Dynasty further collect frags, and that's just kind of the beauty of capping A, especially with a lot of members alive, is that you get to run towards spawn and get more than 5 kills. Here they got 7 overall over the course of a single fight. They got a little bit more free push going. The good news for Fusion is that they do have ultimates finally online, but the beat is forfeit. Fixer has lost that.
Playing around the garages, on that corner, Rally's traded, they're going in at the same time, Zest has Blade, Stalker's already removed MN3. There's going to be
Zest
a
can't get the
costly
kills.
fight for the Fusion, they're not getting anything. It was just the Rally, there was no beat there, they had to cut through. Railgun for Fitz as well. Fury seems to be the target, Boots coming in from the side. Still alive for the time being, Rampage online, Smurf has it as well. Going to cut through, finding Smurf and Profit, Disruptor finds Fixer. Fitz still on the back line, staying alive, slides out of danger. Fury will be cut down by the Carnage. Seoul Dynasty are just repeatedly winning these fights. Fusion can't find a footing.
And it's a Rampage pulled by Fury as well. Very desperate. Fusion trying to get anything they can, but the initial kill is the most important one. It's M3 down. That's the hyper carry that for Fusion has been Zest in previous games, but here's Zest, pulls Blade. Unfortunately, just ends up slashing most of the rally coming through from Profit. And like you said, though, it was just the rally. Now it's a 4-man Rampage. Fusion, I don't know how they survived this.
Yeah, they're going to be absolutely dismantled here. MN3 with a railgun might be the deciding factor. Needs better accuracy. Stalker with another blade. Goes to the back line. Aim God disengages, but MN3 is still found out. The Seoul Dynasty have over-pushed beyond the payload. They've got point B, and they're trying to take control of the final section of this map.
And credit to Fusion, they at least forced the Blade to be pulled by Stalker. That one was optional. I think Seoul would have preferred to have not used Blade there. They probably felt like they had a major advantage. 4-man Rampage will give you that level of confidence. However, once M3 starts fragging, Seoul Dynasty, they know they have to pull out the insurance policy, and that ends up being the Blade. Stalker only, I believe, gets the 1, but it's 1 more than Fusion can afford to lose. And B has been capped up. 3:30 remaining for the push now. Seoul Dynasty still with a double support ultimates, way ahead of both Aim God and Fixer. They can basically pull this one out as the tempo as they want. Zest about to get Blade though.
Yeah, it's going to be so rough for Zest to try and fight past all those resistances. Rally used from Profit immediately. Aim got 6% away. Zest going down low. Hasn't even got the blade. He's on the risk of dying here. Aim got props the rally to try and save Fury. He's still ticking on. Zest pulls the blade. Vindame has to answer with the beat, I feel. Aim God's found Stalker. He's not holding on to it too long. He's saving it for the next round, Avril.
That's a mistake.
And
I think that's a big mistake from
Seoul.
Seoul.
Down.
I think they could have held that fight. I think they could have survived that fight. Zest pulls Blade. Vindane needs to instantly go for Sound Barrier. Seoul Dynasty have gifted the Fusion a reset here, and now Fusion are allowed to go for the spawn hold. That is a humongous error from Seoul Dynasty.
Vindame punished once more from Zest. You were saying about this yesterday, Avril. Pros are rating this the most oppressive spawn hold in Overwatch 2. They might just be gifted it by Vindame's hesitation to use the beat.
Lose a fight the way they did on C. They had to get something else done there. They needed to continue the tempo at minimum, then match Fixer's Sound Barrier, where Vindame pulls Sound Barrier. Fixer gets one as well. At least he'll have the 5v4 now. Fits onto Zest. Is that enough for Salt to push forward? Fusion can still force a lot here.
Hope so. 3-for-1 trade though. Fusion, valiant effort, but it's nice cleanup here from the damage lineup of Seoul, saving the day. Hopefully getting that payload back in motion, but it is time for Fusion to get back and contest them. This round is not over yet.
2 minutes. We're back to where Seoul originally was on that C point push, and some time spent in spawn to regain their bearings. They do walk away with an ultimate advantage, but only just. MN3 about to be online with the overclock, and that overclock is called by Fitz first for targets.
Gets a dink. Sustained. Someone needs to touch the cart. Zest goes forward. Fix
Fury low. Fury dead.
Rampage goes through. Fury goes. He dies with the Rampage. Fix's beat can't save him. Vindane will also drop theirs to equalize. Stalker dies with Blade. Zest trying to save it. No one touched. And the Dynasty. 1 minute 19 in the time bank. They complete Circuit Royale. A bit of a blunder there at the end. There was a lot of chaos happening, but I still think that was defendable by the Fusion based on how things were going down.
Yeah, oh my goodness, that was a very contentious final point. Seoul Dynasty let go of the trigger. They had the opportunity to, I think, get a much better time bank than 119, so you'll at least credit Fusion for pushing and punishing Seoul Dynasty enough to drop it down to 119, but then we get to the final fight on the point. Fury, as though he's instantly dead. Fixer is unable to save him. And that is, unfortunately, quite tragic for the Philly Fusion. Let's take a look at the final moments here. Was it a C9? I guess you'd technically say it was. 3 alive there. Aim God and Zest close by. No one could touch. Question will be, would it have made a difference? I think it would have made some difference. I think a 3-member alive there is still enough to wait for some respawns. Seoul probably still had the advantage in that fight. It probably would have still capped. It wouldn't have been 119. Might have been below 1 minute. Might have been 105, 110. But in either case, Fusion, they get gifted a little bit from Seoul, and then they themselves send a gift over to Seoul. So in some ways, Trid, I think it balances out.
Vindane's probably like, oh, you guys, I'll buy you a fresh beverage after the game. Redemption coming in from the damage lineup for Seoul. Close hold coming in from them. Fusion go out one door. See what they can find. Look at where MN3 is. They're on an alternative angle. Going to go through main, try and challenge Fitz from afar, and then get decided. Dynamite over to get tick damage, escape some of the return. Smurf a little bit low. Stalker, 52 HP, will survive. They're still challenging this one. That regen from the spawn really helping Fusion try and break this one.
Smurf's been at 1 HP for a while now. The Commander Shout finally comes through, but Prophet still killed within the Shout itself. The green HP not enough. It's at least a trade. That's going to slow things down, but Seoul have definitely lost this fight.
Yeah, you can't really sustain this one. There's a huge spawn advantage. Stalker still picking up these kills and holding as long as he can, but MN3 just needs to spray a little bit of damage into him, and that should be enough. Rest of Seoul Dynasty backs out. Now the payload gets in motion, but he did burn 1 minute Avril, so not a fruitless endeavor.
I think that's important, right? Each individual minute is going to count here when you do have 119 on ball for Seoul Dynasty in the full cap, and I want to speak to that a little bit more because when you look at the previous 2 Circuit Royales that we played, Seoul haven't capped at all. They have not finished the entire map one time. It was a 3-2 scoreline in favor for Philly the first time, a 1-0 scoreline in favor for Philly the second time. So that is now the best result that Fusion, rather than Seoul have gotten against the Fusion on this map in some time.
What a match to pull it out in. Zest goes up high, challenging Stalker up there. Sustain. Gets him in the fight. Stalker dashes back through. Beat used by Vindane.
Fury.
Very aggressive with these, and Fury and Aim God have already gone down. Seoul Dynasty playing so liberally with these beats, Avril. They just take the fight every time on tempo.
Yeah.
Apart from that one example of Vindane holding a little bit too long, but outside of that, super aggressive. They absolutely dominate the fight.
Yeah, and I think they make up for that as well because, like I said, Fusion kind of C9, so the Vindane whiff on not pulling the beat. And yes, by the way, it was there. Go rewind and check if you don't believe me. Seoul Dynasty have they've already recovered on that. They'll now recover further from the fact that, they win that fight off the tempo beat. It's very fine margins because Fixer was nearly there, but he didn't have it in response. Zest nearly had the blade, didn't have a response. Now the blades are there.
Right, this should be Fusion's fight to win with the ultimate advantage. MN3 takes out Fitz, that's going to help, but Stalker wins the Battle of the Blades, removing Zest. Rally from Prophet sustains the team. Fusion have a huge ult advantage right now. Rampage from Fury finds 2. It's Smurf and Stalker with the anti-heal. Smurf has to go down here before they can return with a Rampage of their own. Fury converts the kill. MN3, overclock on the high ground, wants to aim for Stalker as their
expensive now.
Can't find the connection. Deflect is there. He doesn't find the kills as well. Like you were saying, Avril, expensive but no conversion. Stalker dashes to stall the payload while reinforcements come back in. Dynasty are trying to hold on to this one.
Where's
They've
Smurf?
not got enough members. Fury's going to be late. Fury's here. Smurf is going to get there in
Watch the
time.
rampage,
Might
watch
use
the rampage.
He's going to try and move
It
it.
missed.
It misses everyone. He's isolated himself now. Fitz turns up with the overclock. Zest in the face with the deflect, stops the rails from going through. Still finds Fixer. It's run out of time as Prophet will find the kill.
Still contested.
Seoul Dynasty are still holding.
And it's not over. Smurf might be down. It's a 4 versus 4. Fury is alive. They need to keep Aim God alive as well. Low HP. Seoul Dynasty are losing members. Prophet is gone. And with that, the cap might just start to come on through Fusion. Have they managed to survive this onslaught of a defense from Seoul with the extra kills on both the DPSs? Vendame falling as well. Fusion will finally get across the line, but man, that was so difficult, so much more difficult than Fusion really anticipated. Trying to go for some extra kills here as the Seoul Dynasty members spawn through, but they won't find it. Bad spawns from Seoul, doesn't eventuate to any deaths.
Yeah, yesterday it was zestable, today it's profitable. They're able to stall that one out long enough to try and burn even more of that time bank. I mean, looking at how it is now, Avril, you get the 2 minutes 30 extension. Had about 30 seconds left in the tank. Drained entirely, and they've still got to try and match that 119. You can do it without, but it just makes it so much difficult. Seoul
Here we go.
coming over the top. Aggressive beat again from Vendame. Seoul Dynasty using these on tempo. There's a rally from Prophet. Double support ults committed. MN3 still finds Stalker. And again with Prophet.
Oh my
the
God.
for MN3. They refuse to lose, and they shut down, punish the aggression. Fitz answers back with one, but now Fury will end his reign of terror. The payload gets to walk in here. What a return from MN3.
Try and hide from it. The MN3K will still come on through. It's double support ultimates burned in the last fight. Prophet and Vendame both overlayered support ults. Take a look at that again from MN3's POV. Watch the first pick coming on through. Smurf is very contentious in his positioning, but it's Stalker and then Prophet. Smurf then finally forced MN3 anyway. It doesn't matter that Fitz gets the kill because the damage is already done. Seoul Dynasty could do nothing in that fight, and now they're getting cleaned up again. This might be the cap.
Yeah, that rampage was converted beautifully onto Smurf immediately. Stalker has the play, but they're out of the fight. They can't find a look in. Shut down that ultimate well. Stalker gets cut down. Fusion have woken up on their Circuit Royale offense. Zest trying to go keep Fitz in the corner, not allowing him to get kills. The capture comes in. They will get an extension. I don't think they can match the 119 at this point, but they are in good stead to be able to complete this one and get another attempt.
Honestly, it was looking like Seoul might just hold this map. They still could hold this map. The time is, as you've said, not the best for Fusion, but certainly possible. But that was a back-breaking fight for the Seoul Dynasty. We were complimenting them so much on how good their tempo plays were. Tempo beat from Vendame. It's one them fight. Prop will put in the extra rally just to make sure that Seoul Dynasty get it across. But a single overclock from MN3 will get the job done. Fitz now with his own overclock. He's looking for the same value, but he can't find any targets.
Took a while to find out where they were. He's got eyes on and 100 charge still left in the tank. No HP to play it safely. It's Stalker to follow up, finding MN3. Aim God will trade. It's the blade from Zest as well. Just needs to find one more slash onto Smurf. He'll get the dash instead. Cuts through Vendame as well. If MN3 can't do it, Zest will step up to the plate. And the Fusion go onto the home stretch with 2 minutes in the tank.
Yeah, Rookie's coming alive here. Zest is picking up the weight of the team as well when he needs to. MN3's overclock coming online soon. The ultimates are starting to flood in for Seoul Dynasty in the next fight. 3 on board between Smurf, Prophet, and Vendame. Very important. This could be the moment for Seoul Dynasty to reset the Fusion, force them back to spawn. I don't think Seoul can go for a spawn camp, but the time is important here. Fixer already beating, Vendame waiting. 6% away.
They've lost aim God. Smurf went down low but didn't survive. Fury's going to drop as well. They tried to do what Seoul did. Use the beat on tempo. Not quite as effective as they'd want. And Seoul will clean up the fight, take that ultimate out of their hands, have an advantage in the economy to wind down the 1 minute 10 that remains.
I think this is where it gets really difficult for the Philadelphia Fusion because now you have Seoul firmly in a defensible position. Their heals are dug in, the Rampage is online, no support ultimates are there. We are below 1 minute Fusion. If they can get one very quick fight here, burn Smurf's Rampage, reset and come in for a final engage, that would be ideal.
Shout being used. Rampage only finds MN3. He's the crucial member. He had the overclock! And he can't bring that to the fight now. This is not a quick fight. They're pulling ahead slightly. Stalker turns the tables with the blade. Aim God hiding behind the pillar. A merry-go-round to survive, but it's too late. 30 seconds remaining. Zest goes down. Fast reset. Fusion will have one last chance for this one. It's going to be messy, Avril.
I don't know if this is a quick enough reset, but they do get extra ultimates here. That was actually 2 ultimates coming through. Smurf and Stalker both pulled. Very, very good for the Fusion. It doesn't matter that MN3 died because, like I said, we're playing for one final engagement here. I foresaw 2 fights. This is number 2 out of 2. MN3 now has an overclock where no one else has an ultimate. If the fight goes long enough, Fury will also get an ultimate themselves as well.
They walked into an ambush. They expected them to be long. They played up on the choke. MN3 finds 1. Zest finds 2. 2 for 1 trade so far. They need to get onto the payload and touch this one over the top of the slide. From above finds Smurf and Vindame! Zest will cut through, and you're absolutely right, Avril. This is going to be capital for Philly. They don't have any time left, but they will get another shot and an extension.
And so important that Fusion were able to make sure they got 2 fights there. The MN3 overclock always finds value for this team. What an impactful player. I mean, we look at that final engagement. That needed to be the game-winning, push-winning, time bank, earning overclock for the Philadelphia Fusion, and he gets all of that within the margins of exactly what you look for, exactly what you need of MN3. Now, Fusion give themselves a very important opportunity to try and still win this map. They picked this map. This is their favorite map. They have a great win rate on this map. Seoul have not been able to win this map against Fusion in both of our recent games. Seoul have a 1:19 lead, but when we're talking about A, it might not be enough. It is still a very good lead. But now it's starting to look winnable for Fusion.
Going on to the offense. I was kind of worried there. You saw that close hole from Seoul Dynasty being sneaky around the corner. I thought they were just going to go aggro into Fusion while they were unprepared, but they weathered the storm, turn it back around. Like you said, they needed that fight right at the end. Close hole for Dynasty being set up again, potentially. Fusion, no variation. Seoul, no variation on the comps. Just going to keep running out with the Sojourn. If it's not broke, don't fix it. And they'll hold the line, see what they can burn here. They burnt 1 minute last time. Can they just full hold them here on this defense?
The spawn hold counts for everything here, especially for the Seoul Dynasty. 1 minute, they burned an entire minute on their initial spawn hold. So, maximum time burnt is going to be the goal for the Seoul Dynasty, and they can still win this map off of that alone. This first neutral counts for everything.
Still hold the line. Stalker's found Fixer. It counted for everything. And Stalker is a bit of a mathematician here, Avril. 2 kills. Put Fusion on the back foot. Half of their time bank already gone. 30 seconds remain. They've not touched the payload. They've not even got out of their spawn.
And that's the thing, right? Because if Fusion can get out of spawn, they'll be instantly into OT. I think even if they win the spawn hold here and Fusion actually escape, they won't have any time left.
No, it's going to be
Fury.
OT from here out. Fury's low. Will sustain. They found Fitz. MN3 opens it. 2 for 1 trade. Stalker's on fire. MN3 finds the second. This is the battle of damages, and Stalker will come out on top. Fixer or Zest. One of them has to touch and trigger OT. Someone needs to get there. Zest stays alive. Fixer comes back down. They're trying to sustain up the Genji. Doomfist comes out from Fury just to guarantee the deal. The mobility was needed to keep them alive. Zest cleans it up, and now they can look for a reset in OT. Fury needs to change quick and reserve something to get back out onto the field.
He's not going to have any ultimate left, but that's fine because we're only playing for an A capture point. Fusion do not need this game to go beyond A. They must cap A. That is the goal for the Fusion right now. Anything less than that, and I don't know if they can still win. But if they cap A, it is winnable. So, very important now. Rally about to be online. Stalker has the blade. No real defense. This rally has to defend the entire blade. The boops, the peel has to be immaculate versus Stalker.
They've used it on tempo. Stalker's holding on to it for now. They have the luxury of time. Gonna wait for that to expire and hit the back half. Fixer has to try and get beat.
Zest coming up.
Vindame. Stalker pulls it first. Beat as well to support. Zest needs 2 more percent. The cut through's already there. Smurf down low. Rally comes in from Profit. MN3 goes down. Beat from Fixer. Zest has to have the blade of his life right now. And he's cutting through so much support ultimate. Fury finds Profit. Zest mitigated.
4v4.
It stagnated. It stalled on the point.
Look at Fitz, he's about to get the overclock. That's next ultimate online. Seoul Dynasty still a respawn is coming in. Their respawn distance is about to be shorter. Aingot under pressure. Kid 4, that could be the kill that gives Seoul the win.
Smurf found him. Stalker still on the payload, has control. Zest finds Fitz. Vindame shuts down Fury. Stalker once again looking for resets.
Rampage coming.
Away. You can't get at the point. You're in OT. Someone has to touch. MN3 slides forward. Zest antied by the Rampage, gets shut down by Smurf. And MN3 is the lone survivor. OT will trickle down. And the line has been drawn. Seoul Dynasty just have to get round the corner with 2 minutes 19.
And that's the gamble that Fusion were taking there as well. They wanted the Doom to come in to make sure they were going to get the fight win out of spawn. That's going to cost Fury all of his ult charge. So he's not going to be able to match Smurf in any regard as far as the Rampage ultimate is concerned. But we look back towards the Blades, we look back towards the support ultimates. All 4 support ultimates about to come up online all at the same time. Both the Blades, not the greatest amount of value, again, just too much green HP out there, but when we really bring it down to who killed who where, Aim God dying, Seoul Dynasty having that as their initial frag, the healing advantage, and then Smurf finishing things off with the Rampage, something that Fusion were ill-prepared to defend against once all the support ultimates were gone. That was the round-winning play for that defense, and now the full hold has been completed. It's the hairpin. Not even beyond that, Tread. 2 minutes 19 to get to there. That is a long time for Fusion to potentially hold, but if there's one way to still do it, it comes down to the spawn camp here. This spawn camp, just as it was for Seoul Dynasty, is now everything for the Fusion.
You've heard of the fuller hold, Avril, but have you heard of the... I'm not even going to finish that one. It's going to be Philadelphia Fusion going for the full hold.
The fullest
hold.
The
fullest hold. Thank you for saving my ass. The fullest hold. This is what Fusion are looking for right now. Outside the spawn room, respects paid, and they will be playing to the left-hand side. Stalker, isolated, holding the deflect for now. Dash
Fusion can't die. A single
damage.
member cannot die.
There you go. Knight clear.
That's
Anything
too much.
for them.
It's already too much.
Fury. Too much again. You wanted one to die. 2 were found. No returns from the Fusion. And now MN3 will die on the point. Seoul have 2 minutes to push this just past the apex of the hairpin.
And this is about to be Seoul cleaning things up as well. They are in a commanding lead. Make no mistake, it would be grand Fusion a win. But Seoul, surely they won't have the slip out of their fingers like Dorado B versus Shanghai again. They have the ultimate advantage across the board. Both supports. Stalker's Blade as well. Fits below MN3. That won't matter for this next upcoming fight. 1 minute 20. Seoul Dynasty can still be allowed to reset at least one time, but this is final fight. Now, if this extends, and it will, Seoul Dynasty will have all the tempo ultimates. It's like the same story we've seen repeat itself time and time again, but it might not even matter. Fitz has the frag.
Yeah, Sorka up in the front line with MN3. There needs to be something to return from Fusion.
Touch.
They found nothing. They touch, and Zeska's deleted. Seoul Dynasty take us the match point. 2-1 on Philadelphia Fusion's map pick. And they just walked that one over the line at the end there, Avril.
Yeah, and there was just no one alive. I mean, I know people are going to say C9. Like, really, it makes no difference.
Nope.
Even if they, like, yes, they do need a touch, but who's alive? Fury's on low HP. He can go for the touch. He'll die straight away. There was like 3 members left from Philly Fusion. As I pointed out, Seoul Dynasty had that win within their grasp. All they needed to not do was repeat what happened on Dorado versus Shanghai and choke a fight that they were bound to win. Dead to rights in terms of winning. Seoul Dynasty, they had accomplished all goals set forth for them. Prevent Philly from capping A in 1 minute. And then have a very clean opening fight to get out of spawn. Build an early advantage in terms of the ultimates. And that ended up not even being a factor because Fitz gets the frag. But had Fitz not got that opening kill, Seoul Dynasty, they would have had the ultimate advantage. Still very favored to win. Seoul, again, just need to make sure they don't choke, and they will get that Circuit Royale, and that is Fusion's map pick, as we've said, a very important map pick that Fusion finally lose versus Seoul.
Last chance saloon for Philadelphia Fusion. Match point in favor of Seoul Dynasty. When we come back from the break, it's Philly's map choice. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown. Currently match point in favor of Seoul Dynasty after a breathtaking performance there from Stalker on Circuit Royale to help Dynasty beat the Fusion on their own map pick. What happened there, Avril? He just became a transcended player in that last map.
Yeah, I think so. And, this is where, once again, you have to sing the praises of this young rookie for Seoul Dynasty. Some people call him Prophet Jr. He really is Prophet's clone. He's Prophet's son at this stage because with Prophet over towards Brig, you have another player that had been benched for most of the season now that can just pick up this hero on the Genji and be so impactful. Here are some stat lines to really sell what I'm trying to give you right now. 31 final blows for Stalker on that map of Circuit Royale. The next highest on his team was 12 from Fitz. If you're wondering what Fusion had, the highest on Fusion was both members equally, 17 from both MN3 and Zest. Again, Stalker on 31, MN3 17, Zest 17, Fitz Smurf on 12. Stalker on 31, I say that again. Beyond that, he had 19,696 damage, nearly 20k. He nearly did 20,000 damage shred. Unbelievable performance from Stalker.
Yeah, absolutely one of the reasons why Seoul Dynasty were able to take that map win, also put them at match point. Now it's time for Philly's map pick. It is going to be push, and typically in the past we've seen them go towards New Queen Street, which has been quite a comfortable map pick for them. You've seen, I think everyone can recall MN3 kind of debuting, where people start to pay attention to them with their New Queen Street Ash performance. It seems like a shoo-in for them to pick in this series, right, when the chips are down.
It does, and this is where you'll be very surprised to learn that the Philadelphia Fusion have opted to go to Colosseo. It will not be New Queen Street. And as surprised as I am, I'm sure the rest of you are equally as surprised. So here's a little bit of context. The last time that these two teams met, we went to New Queen Street. That was actually Seoul's choice. Seoul chose to take Philly to New Queen Street. Philly won that 76 meters to 51 meters. The prior matchup in week 18, this is the regular season game before we got into the tournament, where Philly and Seoul met, the push map was Colosseo. Colosseo was won by Seoul Dynasty, 114 meters to 62. 114 meters to 62. Nearly double of what Philly had. Philly are now choosing to go to Colosseo, a map that Seoul Dynasty had previously beaten them on. New Queen Street, a map that Fusion had beaten the Seoul Dynasty on, has not been selected.
Well, let's hope they have something planned, something not seen before.
You're a bit of a chef.
Bring
What
them
are they
out of the
cooking?
hole they find themselves in. I don't know. The thing is, though, it's so easy to make zesty puns, right? Because zest is a food kind of related name. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to assume something zesty. I'm trying to think
What's your
goes in
favorite
with,
zesty
zest.
recipe? Legitimately,
My favorite zesty recipe. Well, I like using
We're rolling
zest
out,
as
so
a
you gotta
garnish
answer
more
quick.
than an ingredient. I'm just gonna go with some kind of slow cooked tacos because you can use the lime as a zest.
I like tacos. We take those. We take those. It might not be Tuesday, but it is Championship Sunday here, so no tacos on a Sunday unless you want to. Hey, don't listen to me. Eat what you want when you want. Here we go, rolling out on Colosseo. We'll see who gets the better of whom. I think this is where we really rely on the early rail shots. So MN3 versus Fitz will be a factor.
Kind of removed right now. It's just Stalker and Zest going at it on the outside, playing around this pillar. Rest of the team very stagnated in main. Trying to stop the flanks from coming in. Zest low.
There's the rail.
Just misses the dash. That could have been the kill. Return comes in from MN3 though. That could have been Stalker picking up first blood. Just a fraction more in the right direction. Could have got the dash through to get that kill. Does give Fusion the edge and that first push. Dynasty not taking any chances. They disappear.
It's a very important frag as well. You've got to keep Stalker down, and the reason why you got to keep Stalker down, that despite him having one death, by the way, and Zest not dying yet, Stalker is nearly double as Zest on the ult charge. That is so impactful what Stalker is doing in the server currently. And that could be a factor very early on in this next engagement, depending on how long this fight goes for. Again, we are looking at rails first, though. MN3 charged up, looking for targets.
Had the read on where Fitz was, didn't stick with it. Fitz then comes by, gets challenged by Stalker with the cut through. Fury's less than half HP. Needs some TLC right now. Around that point. Stalker still keeping that tempo above Zest when it comes to the blade. Slight disengagement, a slow down of the fight if you would, but it's going to pick back up very quickly once everyone's healed. Smurf going down low. Uses the shout, keeps himself sustained. Going to use it on tempo. Going to see Fusion take the fight to Seoul right now. Smurf going down low, finally taken out by MN3. Stalker, next target, but it's Fitz who returns on the fixer. 2-for-1 trade. Still in favor of Fusion. Stalker will finally get taken out by Angor. They can keep this push going. Second consecutive fight win for the Fusion. This is good. This is what push is all about. Consistency on the fight wins. That's what translates to the distance, because it's so far to turn it back the other way.
And it's also Fixer getting the better of Vindame here as well, because all over New Queen Street on previous maps, it was Vindame that had the earlier beats, and it allowed Seoul to go for their own tempo beat plays. This time, Fixer finds a sound barrier well before even Stalker has the blade available, and Stalker wasn't that far off, but Fusion had already won the fight. The reason why Fusion aren't pushing further up here is they did have to wait for one respawn. They did lose one member on their original fight win here, so Seoul Dynasty get the reset. They still have a beat themselves to play through. Both blades are now available, or about to be.
Well, Stalker uses theirs first with the rally from Profit. Aimgod's been taken out, so no return rally. Zest is the next target. So both ultimates that were available for Fusion have been taken off the field. Without a doubt, Seoul are going to be walking away with this one. They might be able to start getting some progress of their own.
Okay, so 49 isn't enough progress to win the map with, but it is enough that Fusion can keep the lead for now. Seoul only getting their first meter. 3 minutes deep into the map so far. You'll notice that the Fusion still have an ultimate advantage despite all of that. That was a 2 ultimate fight win for the Seoul Dynasty. So I don't know if I would say expensive, but certainly a little bit more costly than they would have liked. Stalker Blade gone. Profit Rally gone. 4 ultimates online for the Fusion. Zest will pull Blade, Vindame will counter, and then Fury will have a free Rampage, or vice versa. No matter which one of the ults comes through first, whether Zest or Fury pulls, Vindame can only counter one.
Let's see who he holds that for. Fitz.
Got down.
Got the overclock. Here's the blade from Zest. Aimgod's down. So don't have the rally as an answer for them. Fitz under pressure from Zest Blades. They trade the damage ultimates, but it's ultimately going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Seoul Dynasty. Now, it's going to be 3-for-1.
Fusion are losing.
Smurf picking them up. They're just getting dismantled, Avril.
They have more ultimates. They had more ultimates in their fight. They could have spent more. They are now losing, and this is where Seoul Dynasty can afford to start pushing. With Vindame dead, though, M3 puts a stop to it for now. Seoul Dynasty don't want to take an unfavored fight. They don't want to go 4v5. They know Fusion have the respawn advantages, but had M3 not gotten that kill to Vindame, Seoul might have been looking to equalize 49 meters. That was very dangerous and very risky for Fusion to not pull the trigger on further ultimates. They haven't been punished for it, but thankfully by M3's graces, fully Fusion still maintain the lead.
They put out the ultimates now. They actually have a decisive fight win, Avril. They can make that hesitation worth it. Got to press the advantage that they've created for themselves, whether by mistake or by plan. Fury cuts through the Rampage. Just finding Smurf. Smurf doesn't have the confidence to use their own in return, though. They had no HP and they were anti. Yeah, he can't go. This is very clean. It's a good decision coming in. Fusion now going to shut down Stalker as well. So they actually kept it efficient. They only used 1 ultimate in that fight.
Yeah.
And it was only losing 1 person in return. Still quite efficient for the Fusion.
And it's far more efficient than what Seoul did, because remember, in the previous fights that we had, Seoul had to burn 2 ultimates. The only issue now is that because MN3 went down, Fixer has to taxi him back into play. And with that, you can see on the overhead, Fusion drew back on out. Seoul Dynasty still claimed control of the payload, but a further 6 to 7 meters was gained. We're now at 55.93. Extending the lead further, below 5 minutes now, halfway mark for the map. MN3 pulled in by the knife, but won't result in a kill. Fitz didn't have the rail available. Seoul Dynasty still lagging behind, but they can catch up with 1 good fight. However, Fusion being ahead with 3 ultimates, just the 1, Fusion should still have this. Smurf whipped another Rampage. He
Smurf finds no one.
Completely missed.
That's the second one this series that Smurf has been unable to connect. MN3 then follows up with the overclock, just takes him out, punishes him for the misposition without any value being added. Seoul Dynasty going to go straight out of here. Double support ultimates available for the Fusion. They have an emergency button to press should things go wrong, particularly looking towards Stalker's Blade.
And this is where you want to pull ultimates, right? Fusion needed double support ultimates here, at least 1, and then you can save the sound barrier for Stalker. Should be the rally. They actually pull the sound barrier first. Rally will be popped in by Aimgod, make no mistake.
Yeah, going to use it as an overlap immediately on cooldown for Stalker's Blade. They have the rally option, still finds MN3. The armor not strong enough as Fitz then takes out Aimgod. Ends the duration of the ultimate. Seoul Dynasty take back control. 3 minutes 43 on the clock. There's a sizable enough distance here where it becomes tricky. Winning a fight doesn't give you control of the objective, so to speak, because you still got to walk it all the way back.
It's not enough of a lead. Seoul win 1 fight here, they can equalize the lead. No one has checkpoint yet. That was a critical error from Fusion. I'm going to explain this very quickly. They needed to rally first, sound barrier second. Stalker waits for Fixer sound barrier to run through, and the rally armor doesn't come on. It's not even armor anymore, it's just green HP, but the rally green HP doesn't come quickly enough to stop Stalker. Aimgod needed to pull his ultimate first, not second there. That is a heavy misplay from the Philly Fusion that can cost them. We'll see if it gets punished.
Don't let them get away with this. Get it together. We can't lose our...
playing behind the robot to try and push it forward. Stalker keeps it contested, then backs off. Needs to be more in the face of the Fusion lineup to have that impact they're looking for.
Seoul wasting time. Here we go. They have to be the ones to push.
Looking for these shots now. Fitz. He's got a bit of a shooting gallery. Everyone's playing behind cover.
Fusion waiting it. They don't want to fight the overclock. They're just waiting it out.
They're about to match. They don't want to let them have the lead at this point.
Should be Zest Blade. Vindane beat right now.
Holding on
Zest
to it
under
as
pressure
long as he
though.
can. He's being attacked from other
Cap,
angles.
they
Has to back
flipped!
out of
They
it.
flipped!
Zest was the only one holding that down. He was too under pressure. No one rotated. That's a huge misplay from the Fusion. The beat comes out from Vindane to answer the blade as it was prophesized. But now the ball is in Fusion's court. They're the ones who have to make the effort to try
Seoul
to
might
turn
have
this
won.
around.
Seoul might have won the map right then and there. Now they're getting kills. Now they're getting the frags as well. Fury trying to save the day.
They
It's
crumbled.
a rally up from Prof though. Fusion are losing this fight as well.
Stalker just cuts down 2. Even with the anti-heal, they're unable to convert any of it. Avril, they're even going to claim the checkpoint. Seoul Dynasty
Seoul have won.
taking control of the map. Fusion,
They got the cap.
a huge misplay there to hold the line against the Dynasty.
Listen.
Zest
I
stepped
have
off,
been,
no
I've
one
been
came
very
in.
charitable with talking about what is and isn't a C9. That was legitimately a C9. Fusion allowed Seoul Dynasty to get the flip. That is, you cannot allow that to happen. That is a critical error. That being said though, Philly lose the fight anyway. Seoul now get the cap. They have the rest of the time to play through. This time Smurf hits big.
Yes, 3 hits so far. Fix's beat comes out to try and stem the bleeding. Stalker has the blade. It's going to be a bit of overlap for them to make some work happen. 2 down for the Dynasty. Zest to be the 3rd. And they look back to the robot. They can get even more progress here.
I'm calling it.
They're sealing the deal. Seoul, they might have just won the series off of a series of Philadelphia mistakes.
Yeah, the tacos are getting ready. It's getting zested right now. Chef Tread pulling it out the up. They don't get cooked in ovens. That's just, I don't know why it went there.
The meat
MN3.
does, it's a slow cook.
All right, well, boom, there you go. Shows how much I know about cooking. 91 meters now. Seoul are about to double the meterage of the Philly Fusion with no time remaining. It's about to hit the OT. MN3 has to save the day. And he does, he's dead.
Forced out the fight. He's no! Fitz has found him! There's no answer from the Fusion right now. Zest Blade perhaps might be the saving grace. He cuts down Fitz, ends the duration, goes back to the fight, but Smurf takes him out. The beat comes out from Vindane to be able to sustain Seoul Dynasty. You've got the rally from Aimbot in effect. MN3 can come back with Spawn and hit the overclock, but Prophet is still dealing damage on the floor. Fury's removed. Someone has to touch. They don't have the man advantage. Dynasty, I think they've done enough here, Avril.
Oh, they did enough about 2 minutes ago. This is now just the extra cherry on top, not on top of the taco. I'm just going to extend that reference a little bit further here. It's over 100 meters. 5 seconds to go. Fusion have only a dream left. MN3 must pull the overclock, and it has to be the best overclock you've ever seen. Seoul Dynasty in a winning position. They want that Grand Finals rematch. 2 alternates being played through. MN3 can't hit a damn shot, and that might be Philly's Fusion shot out of the finals, out of contention.
With the luxury of time, they can just disengage from it. They didn't have to challenge it. Engod's in the fight. He's isolated now. This is not looking good for the supports. 5v4 advantage in favor of Seoul Dynasty. Stalker can have Blade. Smurf can have Rampage. The tools are coming up for Philly.
Rampage
they don't
done.
even need him. Smurf finds 2 more. That's the deal breaker. Seoul Dynasty, they will get another rematch against the Dragons in the Summer Showdown final.
It's heartbreak once again for the Philadelphia Fusion, so close, and this time we're not even going to get to a map 5. Seoul cleaned it up 3-1. Circuit Royale was a critical map that Philly Fusion had to win. Seoul Dynasty get to play Coliseum. We've seen the scoreline before. Week 18, regular season, Seoul Dynasty over 100 meters. Philly Fusion can't even get the cap. New Queen Street was available on the docket. They chose not to go there. They didn't get the chance now to be able to take us to a map 5. And the Seoul Dynasty, once again, just too good for the Philly Fusion. 3 match wins in a row now versus Fusion. This is the one team that Fusion just seemed to not be able to beat.
They've broken the cycle as well, that pattern that was established earlier in the year. 3 wins in a row. They finally were able to do it against the Philadelphia Fusion, claiming their spot in the Grand Finals. We had a bit of a discussion earlier on in the break, and you started bringing up some of the stats at the start of this map, Avril. Player of the match, it has to be Stalker at this point. The impact they had this series, unbelievable. Give them the accolade. We're going to watch a few of their highlights as well. But yeah, what a performance from Stalker. A difference maker when it came down to this series in breaking that 5-map streak that was going on between these two.
And top fragger again. Top fragger twice in a row here. 11 final blows. The next highest was actually Smurf on 7, if you were interested. Vindame actually also got 7. That was quite impressive. Zest on 5, M3 on 4. Unfortunately, the two rookies of the Philly Fusion on Colosseo just could not pull through. It's crazy to say, but Stalker got more done than both M3 and Zest combined. That is the level of carry potential that somebody like Stalker has. This guy is unbelievable. He enters the Rookie of the Year conversation so late, and had he been playing more in the kickoff clash, I guarantee you he would be one of the names that everyone has on the tip of their tongues. But now you have to remember it, because we're looking at a situation where Stalker still is 3 stages deep. One of the best rookies that we have ever seen coming through this year. You have to really praise him for that.
Is this year, I'm thinking about it now, Avril, just extending that conversation, is this one of the hardest years to call Rookie of the Year, do you think?
It is
we've had so
without a
many
doubt
come
the hardest.
through.
I mean, this is you could put up all rookies from all previous 4 seasons combined, throw them into the pool, and like that would still not be as difficult as just calling this year alone. So I mean, what a performance by Seoul Dynasty. And you know, part of me is quite proud of the fact that Seoul Dynasty kind of overcame some demons here, because this is now my plea to the Seoul Dynasty. I need to see a competitive grand finals. Unfortunately, the belief in Seoul to beat Shanghai is still dwindling due to the fact that they're 0-6 versus Shanghai in maps played. 2 previous matches played so far, didn't win a single damn map versus the Shanghai Dragons. That's got to change. Stalker was bested by Who Are You. Stalker was better than Zest and M3 today. Well, Who Are You's even better than Stalker, and that's a major problem for the Seoul Dynasty. Being that they have a 3-1 win versus Fusion, now conquering some demons from going to map 5s, Seoul do look better today, but do they look good enough to do anything versus the Dragons? That's the question.
This is the day to pull it out. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll break down that series even further.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Well, our Summer Showdown final has been decided. It will be the Shanghai Dragons going up against the Seoul Dynasty, the third time in this tournament. Tournament. We had it in qualifiers as well, of course. We're going to have that go down. It's a first to four showdown that's going to be coming right up. But before we get to that, we're going to take a look at the series we had just passed against the Fusion and how the Dynasty secured their spot in that final. All started off on Nepal. Things were looking good. Fusion actually walking away with this map and starting off in good stead.
And I think that's, really good to see from Fusion. This is initially where you kind of build the hope up, and that's something that Fusion are very good at doing. They build the hope up that they're probably going to take a series and look amazing, and they did look amazing here. This was a brilliant opening start. MN3 popped off as you'd expect. Zest going off as well. And when we talk about the players from Seoul doing well, like Stalker, well, everybody from Seoul was basically missing on this map. They really didn't have too much to say, but on to Paraíso. This is where things turn around for me. Seoul picking a map that is fundamentally one of their strong maps. This is actually something that I expect that Seoul should pick again versus the Shanghai Dragons. I'm very much looking forward to what Shanghai Dragons can do against Seoul on this particular map. And I even have to credit the fact that Seoul Dynasty, they're happy to change up their strategy. They didn't play the Ashe on defense. They didn't even play the Tracer on attack. They went towards the Ashe to go and counter the Echo and then sort of swap up the strategy, go back towards the Sojin and move things along as we move through the map. Circuit Royale, this one to me was a back-breaking loss for the Philadelphia Fusion. This one I think they cannot afford to lose at all. The way the series should have gone down is Philly win map 1, Seoul win map 2 Paraíso, Philly win map 3 Circuit, and then we go to map 4 Coliseum, which Seoul picks. Seoul win that one, we go to map 5, anything happens. Who knows what happens on a map 5? The problem is, because Seoul actually win this map, Philly could have actually got a new queen shoot, won that one, take us to a map 5. Who knows what happened on map 5? I think there's, not been the greatest map 5s for Fusion so far, but they've also beaten a lot of teams on a map 5, so it's not impossible. I think Coliseum was just too much of a team gap coming on through. Stalker gap as well. Stalker absolutely demolished everybody. He gapped his own teammates. He gapped everybody else in the Fusion. And it was a Fusion lead for the longest time here, Trid, but you see the flip coming on through. Zest had to back out on critical HP. No one else went for the touch. Seoul flipped. Even if Philly won that fight after Seoul flips, there's like a minute 30 left. And Fusion have to then flip against Seoul. At that point, your win condition's gone. So to me, the error came from the flip, and then the cherry on top was just Seoul winning the fight anyway and getting above 100.
Yeah, I think I actually heard the sound of your hair follicles just like self-destructing at that moment. Like the molding was present, evidently through your quite powerful scream that you gave out when the flip came in. So yeah, I'm sure Fusion fans
it
are
doesn't
on there with
it doesn't
you.
make a difference to me. Look, BP bit all of his hair, and he's got nothing left to play with. So that's when you go all in, and instead of betting chips, he's betting hair follicles, and he's just got nothing left.
Yeah. He's absolutely bankrupt when it comes to that now. I'm looking forward to seeing the shaved head progress when that comes through. But for now, we're going to go to a break. It is going to be slightly longer because we do need to let Seoul Dynasty have a little rest before attempting to take down these Goliaths of the Eastern region. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's the final. Shanghai Dragons going up against the Seoul Dynasty.
Welcome back to the Overwatch League here for the Summer Showdown Finals. It is the final match of the entire stage. Junker Queen is our final time seeing her as well. And this is the Shanghai Dragons taking on the Seoul Dynasty. El Clasico, number 25, Tread. 25 times these two teams will be matching up against each other. And listen to me, this is still an exciting matchup, an exciting rivalry. Look, it's been very Shanghai favored in the last two games. But if there's anything left from Seoul after that last match, they got to bring it now.
Yeah, think of the mental recovery. It needs to go on in about 20 minutes worth of break we had. They need to have a full reset. They need to get the game plan in effect. And they've got to take down an opponent that they've had historical difficulty, at least recently, trying to deal with, particularly in this stage. But thankful for everyone else, it's a day of celebration. It's the finals. It's the end of the stage. Regardless, we're going to have a reason to celebrate. But we can also have a little bit of a funeral for jokes. Hopefully that's going to change. And we've heard there's changes coming in. No more Junker Queen defined meta. Moving on to the rest of the year. So I'm sure that'll make a lot of people at home happy as well.
Yeah, it's that, or I'm going to request that we have a hero pool where only Junker Queen's removed. So, one way or the other, look, it's, I'm either sending an email or we're going to nerf her to where she needs to be. But for now, I'm enjoying what we have left. Let's enjoy it together. It is Grand Finals time. It is the two top teams that we have had in the region. Their third time actually playing against each other now over the course of the last week or so. And it took us a while to get here because over the course of the entire qualifier, these two teams have been neck and neck, 5-0, having only dropped a couple of maps each. Seoul had dropped 2 maps to Fusion. Shanghai had dropped 1 map to Fusion. They were still looking pretty neck and neck. We did not get a very clear look at who was a front runner until Seoul and Shanghai played against each other. Since then, Shanghai have beaten Seoul twice, both of them 3-0s, but Seoul do look improved today.
Yeah, it's particularly Stalker as well, and I think I'm going to highlight that matchup first, is that the problem with playing against such a strong Junker Queen-led meta is it's enabling Who Are You to play their best hero, which is, of course, Genji. And Stalker, the leading unit, if you would do the Seoul Dynasty lineup today, where they've seen the most improvement, I think, now has to stare down one of, if not the best Genji in the world. So that's the challenge that faces the Dynasty. Their sharpest tool might be blunted by the opponents immediately.
I'm smiling because all I can think about is an absolute unit, and maybe Stalker's going to have to need to be that today versus the Shanghai Dragons. Like, it's not been pretty for Seoul for a while now. Like, they really need to step up today because for some time they were looking like they were the best team in this particular meta. For the first 4 matches they played in the qualifiers, 12-0, didn't drop a single map. Well, you know what team now has the most insane map record? It is Shanghai Dragons, with 24-1. So combination of every single game they play in the qualifier and every single game they play so far in the tournament, they've still only dropped 1 map. That was to the Fusion in the regular season. 24 maps won, a single map loss. If it wasn't for that 1 map loss, they'd be completely flawless.
We'd be looking down the barrel of the golden stage, so to speak, right now. Absolutely no defeats. But of course, like I said, Fusion have to be a little bit of a disturber in that front, take the 1 map. But does mean the maximum possible record, or the most successful record they can walk away from this series, Avril, is 28-1. Because it's a first to 4 map series to close it out, so they will have the additional run, but they could end the stage with a 28-1 map record. I don't think it necessarily is going to go like that today. I think this is the day that Seoul's probably going to take a map off them, if they ever will, in this particular meta. But just think about that. Like, how impressive would that record look running into playoffs and grand finals down the line?
And I think we maybe would have seen that yesterday on Dorado. We all remember the very infamous Dorado clutch coming through from the Shanghai Dragons that secured that map. If it wasn't for that, could have been a different story entirely, because Seoul, they pushed past B without it looking too difficult, given that B was a bit of a wash for the Dragons' defense, so that would have been a map win. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday's game as well, in terms of, Seoul, Shanghai, etc., because, now we have so much footage and so much tape between these two teams played. In fact, over the history of the Overwatch League, it's really a lot of Seoul versus Shanghai. Again, 25 total matches played. Now, this is number 25. That's how long the rivalry has gone. It is still the longest standing rivalry in the entire Overwatch League between any two teams in terms of matches played. In the Seoul Dynasty, you have to pick up one of these maps in the last 2 matches played, but before that, Trid, I do want to say Seoul won against the Shanghai Dragons twice. So the record so far this year is, let me count it really quick, 4-2. Shanghai got the first 2, Seoul got the next 2, including one in the Kickoff Clash tournament, and then Shanghai got the last 2, the most recent 2 that we've seen now.
Yeah. Those are taking these highlights. We might actually catch that Dorado we mentioned about, actually, the ridiculous clutch that came in at the end. But no, I think Hollywood, this was, I think you were praising this one, the tracking through the ball shot to try and knock Fitz down at the end here.
Seeing that live
like,
was something else. Seeing him collapse through the ball live was really incredible. So just tracking, like you said, tracking Fitz through the ball itself and knowing the exact location. And that's what gives Lip the edge, right? Lip has been the most impressive Sojin, I think, next to MN3. And with MN3 gone now, Fitz sits, Lip rather sits alone on top of that hill. And even then, you know, I would have really liked to have seen MN3 versus Lip. I'll give MN3 the flashy points, right? He's got all the style points for not making any splash on his way down with the dive. But it's Lip that has the consistent value. Lip has the consistent impact. And this is now the footage of that we just saw, that clutch from the Shanghai Dragons. Absolutely backbreaking. And for the Seoul Dynasty, would have been their Dorado, would have been their map win had it not been such an incredible clutch from the Shanghai Dragons.
Unbelievable. When you see a Doomfist get picked in those clutch moments, you're not expecting the actual progress to be made. You're expecting a stall to come out, buy some more time. But, you know, goes onto the field, removes Profit off the car, and I believe it was Lip that was getting some clearance from afar just to be able to help them turn that around. It's still ridiculous, because we pretty much called it at that point. Well, there's no way they win, they're just stalling out for time.
I think everyone called it.
Yeah,
you know?
just suddenly turns around at the end, and Shanghai Dragons has come up with this insane clutch to be able to get Dorado. And basically, I think that was the big like mental boom for Dynasty. At that point, you're probably looking at that going, we've won this map. Like, what are you going to do?
And now, this is a recovery time for the Seoul Dynasty. You know, I'm expecting more than 4 maps here. We talk about the Shanghai Dragons being such a dominant force. I don't want to count out the Seoul Dynasty. I think Dragons are very heavily favored to win. I think if you had a 4-0 on your pick'ems for this finals, you are likely to get 6 points here. But, you know, Seoul, I want to see the level up. They've had 24 hours to take a look at what they did wrong yesterday. They've lost the Dragons twice now. So many lessons learned. And some of the hope that you see is the fact that they got a much cleaner victory versus the Philly Fusion, which to this stage had been kind of plaguing them. That was a bit of a monkey on their shoulder in terms of not being able to get a clean win ever. Always going to map 5. So Seoul to me look improved. The question will be, do they look improved enough to do anything against Dragons?
I think one of the things I loved most about Seoul Dynasty yesterday was actually going to be the aggression and the tempo plays that were coming out, particularly on map 2 and 3. What we saw from the last series there, where, you know, we had Circuit Royale and Colosseo. We had Vindame just playing very aggressively with these sound barriers. I don't know if they're going to be able to get away with the same aggression when it comes against the Shanghai Dragons, but I did like that was some of the confidence and improvements from the Dynasty coming ahead in that matchup. It really helped them put Fusion back in their place effectively.
Well, without further ado here, Trent, let's go ahead and take the opening rosters, the starting lineups here for both teams, starting with the Shanghai Dragons. Should be no surprises here. Who are you leading the way next to Lip? And I expect the rest to be all the same as well, with Void, Lee J gone, and of course Izuyaki on the brig, who actually has been pretty phenomenal on the brig as well. There's a clip yesterday on Dorado, some more excellent plays on Dorado, where, you know, I think live during the cast we were both surprised, like, how did Stalker just get deleted? How did Stalker die? Yeah, it was a Lip body shot on the rail, followed up within 1 second, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, I think within even half a second, Izuyaki lands a whip shot at the same time, basically, and Stalker's 100-0. So Shanghai Dragons, their coordination, they've downloaded all their opponents. The Shang AI has been booted up, and everybody is on the level that they need to be. Every single person on this roster now looks like maybe the best player on that particular role for this meta in this region.
And that's going to be a question for me today, Avril, is you mentioned the Shang AI. How long does it take for them to get the patch? The patch from yesterday, the download of the Seoul Dynasty today. Are they going to have a soft start like they did in map number 1, or are they just going to come out the gate swinging, take control of the series, and close it out fast? Because it seems as though once Shanghai have that read, that's why they're the Shang AI, they don't really lose control of the series. I'm just wondering how much damage can Seoul Dynasty inflict on them before that happens, and can they do what they failed to do this stage, wrestle back control once the series goes the favor of Dragons?
Well, let's take a look at the Seoul Dynasty opening lineup here. It is exactly the same as what we expected. Stalker just walks away with a MVP, a player of the match from our lower bracket final, and now he'll be looking towards doing the same damage if he can versus the likes of who are you. We've already kind of teed up the matchups here, right? Fitz has been kind of playing second place, second fiddle to Lip almost his entire career. I mean, this stretches back for multiple years now. Last year especially, 2021, Lip had, I think, the greatest year that Lip has ever played. Fitz, he was kind of behind that. Now it seems like Fitz is behind Lip again. He is forever chasing the tail of Lip, but will he ever catch up? They did actually beat the Shanghai Dragons at kickoff clash to win that tournament, but now we're in the Summer Showdown. It seems like Shanghai Dragons are ahead once again. Stalker versus Who Are You, the other very important matchup here. Stalker might very well be the best Genji if Who Are You didn't exist.
That's the bane, I'm sure, of his existence. He's just missing out on the accolade because of Who Are You. Really annoyed. We can't see the player cams. We don't know if we got the clip bonus. I'm going to assume the clips are in. He's in sport mode today. And he's going to need it as well for this final, I feel.
Still.
Vindame's got the clip, so I have to assume Who Are You's got him in.
Well, blue hair's there.
Also good.
So
blue
you know.
hair. The Super Saiyan Blue mode Void is available for us to use as well.
He's going
all
further
the
beyond.
Are here for the Dragons.
He's going further beyond. He's draining so much power that all the cameras are going off. Don't worry about it. I'm sure we'll get them back soon. Now, I want to bring up something really quickly as we're about to head into map set. By the way, let me go over the previous 6 maps that have been played between these two teams in Week 18. We started out with Lijiang Tower, Shanghai 2-1 to win that. 2-1 then on Midtown as map number 2. Followed by third and final map here, Gibraltar. That was the contentious one. That's the one that everyone remembers from that final Week 18 match, 6-5. That one went the full distance and then some. When we got to the time bank, a second full cap. Shanghai finished Gibraltar twice within a single sitting. And then we had our actual tournament match, upper bracket final here between Shanghai and Seoul once again. Opening map Oasis 2-1 in favor of the Shanghai Dragons. Then Hollywood map number 2, 3-2. Saw some brilliant highlights there, including the rail shot collide through the ball from Smurf onto then Fitz. And then we have the Dorado map up, which we talked extensively about now. 3-2 was the scoreline there for Dragons. So what we can gather out of this is they've capped every single map. They've really not really failed. They didn't have to finish Midtown, so maybe that's a bit of a caveat, but didn't require that. It's a 2-1 victory. You take those. One other thing to take away is all of these opening controls have at least been a single round drop by the Dragons. So it's not clean. It's not 2 zeros. And if I'm not mistaken as well, yesterday specifically when we looked at that Oasis, the first round actually went the way of the Seoul Dynasty. So it might take a little bit of time to warm up. I did catch the Void post-match interview on Billy, and he did say that they needed to warm up first, and that's why they lost the opening round.
Well, you can probably hear the music in the background. It was Seoul Dynasty's choice, as by virtue of being the #1 seed in the tournament and making it to the grand finals through the winners bracket, not going down into the lower. They get to choose our starting location. It
Shanghai,
is
right?
Oasis. Shanghai, yes. They will be able to pick the Oasis to kick things off. And of course, reminder, this is a first to 4 series. So do not expect any free map sweeps coming in here. There is always the extra lifeline of going to a push, even if the Dragons 3-0 the initial 3 maps.
Well, here we go once again. It's Oasis, like you said. It's the same map that we had in yesterday's upper bracket final. We're going to run it back. We'll see if they run back the rest of the map pool here as well. Here are my expectations. Also, if Seoul do lose this map, I'm expecting that they should be taking us to a map like Paraíso next. We had Hollywood chosen by Seoul yesterday. I'm not sure that would be the correct choice once again. They played very well in Paraíso versus Fusion. I would like to see them repeat that. Without further ado, Trent, gates are open. The finals are ready. Map number 1. On Oasis Gardens.
They'll be running themselves out onto the point as expected. High ground being secured by both the Brigitas. Forward units there. Smurf and Void facing each other down. Stalker and Who Are You starting that clash already. Over the edge. Shouts are out. Disrupt the shot. Splits the fight. And Seoul Dynasty are retreating already. Who Are You gets themselves into the back line. And Seoul are completely off the point. They've just respected them so much because Smurf's gone down. They've lost their front line.
Good punish.
Stalker will get the better of Who Are You, but I feel like the map capture still is going to go the way of Shanghai Dragons. I think they've done enough. Smurfs might not get that back in time, and now Lip's taking that profit as well. Constantly playing at a 4v5. Shanghai advantage.
Yeah, Stalker tried his best there, but for Seoul Dynasty, if you don't have your tank alive yet, you do need to rely on other players like the DPSs, maybe a Brigadier from Profit as well to go for the next touch, to be that pseudo-tank for the team. Void being alive makes such a big difference for the Shanghai Dragons. It took a while for Dragons to get the cap. Was a 1-for-1 trade there, but when the dust settles, Dragons get the 20% lead now. And they have a slight lead in terms of the ultimates here as well. A little bit on the supports between Lee Jae-gon and Vindame, and definitely between Lip and Fitz.
Managed to find their way to the corner, up the stairs to the high ground now. Play around the terrain. Stalker claims space. Who Are You low? Void even lower.
Shout's gone.
Shanghai have to give up this point here. Stalker still chasing him, gets behind him, cuts off the route to the Mega, and Fitz is the one to clear it off with the railgun. Stalker's looking for one more, finds Lee Jae-gon and goes back to the point. Not relinquished control just yet. but Dynasty
Stalker
have the
alive.
advantage. They should be able to get the flip.
Prophet now getting the kills as well. Stalker capitalizes on the fact that he chases down Void, has a cloak of invisibility. It seems like Dragons were not able to do anything against Stalker. Gets into the backline, dashes through, and it's actually Fitz that collects the kills. The alley-oop there, Stalker sets up the dunk, and Fitz will get the 2 points. And now, for the Seoul Dynasty, they get the cap backwards. 52% in the lead for Shanghai Dragons. The Seoul trying to catch up. No ultimate spent. So what little that Shanghai Dragons had in terms of an ult charge lead is now matched by the Seoul Dynasty.
Fitz needs to be the focus. There's a rally from Prophet early on into the fight, using it on tempo. There's the overclock from Lip. Pushed off to the side. Smurf still exposed to these shots. Can't find a connection. Blade pulled by Stalker. He's going to get into the fight as the beats have been thrown out to answer. Prophet, the only victim so far, is the Yaki. The unkillable at this point. Gets himself back to safety. Who are you takes them now. And Shanghai Dragons weather the storm of ultimates thrown at them on tempo. And will get the flip back at 52 to get themselves even more progress.
Yeah, that's just the difference of the support ultimates really making it hard for Stalker. I mean, both support ultimates on both sides got expended there. Who are you didn't even have to pull Blade. That's really big. I think Prophet dies early there due to Shanghai Dragons, the focus fire coming on through. I mean, despite the sound barrier from Vindane, Stalker failing to kill Easy-Aki. That was the one kill that Seoul Dynasty wanted, and it's the one that got away from them as well. Shanghai Dragons leading by 72. Could be Final Fight territory coming online. Blade and Rampage, and no support ultimates whatsoever.
Fitz has the railgun with the overclock. Rampage from Void cuts through to find free. Fitz under pressure. Has to close down these sightlines. Who are you? Blade is big. Both supports down.
Gigantic.
Make it Stalker as well. 4K. And he's not going to get the fifth. They want the fast reset for one last chance, but it's too little too late, I believe, Avril.
Yep, spawn camp time now. Who are you with the 4K? Fitz will go into the drink. And the round is likely over. We talk about the fact that maybe Shanghai take a while to warm up. The Regita Flail from Easy-Aki just to send Vindame away. No touch for you, sir. 100 to 48. And the Shanghai Dragons take the first round. Not fully comfortably. A little bit of contention there with the 48 from Seoul Dynasty. But otherwise, Shanghai look fantastic at the end there. The Blade to take it home. Who are you is still the champ.
I think they managed to find time to warm up before the series this time, Avril. That looked like a pretty warmed up Shanghai Dragons. Not dropping that first round, we move over to City Center as our next destination. Don't expect any compositional changes on this one. You're just seeing the Fitz Symmetra, obviously, for the early TP to try and get some advantage. Lip will match, but then they will go back to the Sojourns, I imagine, to play out this round.
Seems like the tacos are preheated. That's right, I'm bringing that one back from Coliseum. Shanghai Dragons, here's what we prepared earlier. As we head over to City Center now again. Previous matches on not just Oasis, but on control maps in general, dictate that Seoul typically do take one round somewhere. Shanghai Dragons, they want to get the 2-0 this time around. They have
Prophet.
Full jump pad control, and with that, they walk forward, Prophet down.
That was that coordination from the Shanghai Dragons again. As Who Are You and Lip applying so much pressure to Prophet, just takes them out of the fight immediately. Gives them the first capture, gives them the advantage and the ult charge to play with when you see Seoul Dynasty come back to try and do a retake.
This might be the last time we're seeing Prophet play Brig as well in an Overwatch League series for the year. I doubt there'll be another real meta where Prophet is required to play the support, so I'll make this one last. Got active on the kill feed in our previous series and the previous round as well. We need a lot more of that. Stalker does lead on the Blade. That's the one area of success for Seoul so far over the course of 2 rounds. Stalker has had that over Huayu. Easy-Aki low, so Stalker.
Easy-Aki keeps getting away with murder, quite literally here, because he was able to get away from the dash through from Stalker. I think he was like sub 10 HP, 20, something low like that. Still stays up, keeps the fight competitive for Dragons. Who Are You in the face of Prophet? Gives Great some space, goes back to the point. Prophet's out of this fight right now. It's effectively a 5v4. Armor pack's been thrown back in, so he can get back into the fight.
80.
Getting closer to that Blade. Also got
Smurf
Vindame
low,
on the
though.
beat. A tempo could be big here. Lee J gone, but his Prophet goes down first. 5v4 advantage. Smurf takes out Who Are You. Stalker with the headshot
The beat.
onto Lip. Beat committed by
teams.
Lee J gone. Vindame as well. They're throwing ultimates into this one. Seoul have to pull this one out, and they've got a man advantage to do it, but it's still messy and not clean. Easy-Aki, the unkillable, finally gets dropped, and Void should surely follow. 63%. Expensive fight for Seoul Dynasty, but they will get the flip.
And they didn't use the Blade either, so that was very important for the Seoul Dynasty, because if the fight extends even longer, the Dragons have the respawners coming on in. I think they will force that Blade. Look at the percentage point, 65 now on board for Dragons. They lead by quite a considerable margin. The Seoul Dynasty desperate to win that fight. Thankfully, they will be able to get the important members down at Lip and Who Are You. That, by the way, was Lip's first death of the entire map so far, including Garters. Lip hasn't died yet, except for that one death that we just saw. Who Are You now about to get the blade there as well. 3 versus 4, I believe. Legion on pop speed. That's slightly better for Seoul now, because, well, actually it's not, because they also use speed. So I guess both teams using sound barriers. Now the Dragon Blades should be free to burn.
Going to be looking towards these rallies. Some kind of mitigation. Blade from Who Are You, proper pots of rally. Immediate shutdown on Izayaki. That's 2 for Fitz. He's been playing in the shadow of Lip. He's about to cast one of his own. If he can just secure that final kill, he's done enough already. But that's the cherry on top. Dominant fight from Fitz, and the Seoul Dynasty retain control.
It's exactly the type of performance you need to see out of Fitz to get the better on Lip, and also Who Are You in the series today. 4K, 3 from the rails on the overclock. Seoul Dynasty catching up, less than 10% away now from equalizing on percentage points for the cap itself. Stalker Blade still available. Izayaki with the only router, the only support ultimate on board for the Shanghai Dragons. How long does he hold this one for? Is it going to be a pre-rally? And if so, he'll need to burn it about now.
Up on high, good platform to set up this blade from. Who Are You doesn't have the power to match. We're looking towards Lip's overclock. He's got it online.
Oh,
Profits removed! Stalker attempting to shut him down. Space clear, but Stalker is in pursuit. There's a line of bodies in front of him, and it gives Lip the breathing room he needs to shut him down. Rally from Izayaki as well, doing work. This is the shutdown for Shanghai Dragons. 90% they should be able to get the flip. And they have Rampages to trade on the next offensive.
And that's the problem for the Seoul Dynasty. You have the Stalker Blade, it should be successful. You go on top of Lip, he's the target, he's got the overclock. You're gonna get this Lip player down, get the Sojin away from the Shanghai Dragons. But Lip just elite Stalker, who, by the way, tries to take some pot shots on the Widowmaker. Maybe you get a pick, maybe you don't. 94% for the Seoul Dynasty. The win is so close on this round, but it's still yet so far away. Double Rampages online for both teams. Sound barriers yet to come online. Vindame, 9% away. Super important. 3-man catch by Void.
Goes first. Smurf wants to try and heal up. They still turn it around. How do you get 3 members? But the turn still comes in for the Dynasty. They have the advantage in this fight. They've not even had to use their ultimates yet. They're going to get control in overtime. And Avril sprinting back from the point will be the Shanghai Dragons. They have to go with a beat and a Rampage. They're going to take the fight to them, though. They don't want them anywhere near this point.
No, they don't have a tank here. The Void's trying to come back in the dirt, but I don't know if he can. Legion on dead as well. 3 players alive. Void barely there. The Shanghai Dragons do not look like they'll take this run unless you can find the Blade. He's being healed up. He's still alive.
No, he manages to find 1 kill, get away. Void, we need to see the impact we had on Dorado with you, my friend. Anti-heal onto Who Are You, he's the only target, goes down, dies at 3% to the Blaze. That would have been the difference maker in this fight, maybe the tool they needed to turn it around. It's still going to be tough for the Shanghai Dragons. But they're keeping up and they keep losing bodies and not getting picks. There's no answer for them. Overclock online for now. Void, you can't defend against that one. Seoul, take us to a 3rd round.
And that's the thing. Seoul will get their blood. They will get their tax money here. They do get 1 round on control, as expected, as we've seen in the past as well. It does happen. The Shanghai Dragons, they got so damn close to maybe closing this one out 2-0. And we saw what happened as well, right? The Void Rampage catching 3. Seoul Dynasty were not to lose in that scenario. And here's the other thing as well. When we talk about which round Shanghai actually lost versus Seoul Dynasty in the meeting they had yesterday in the upper bracket final for Oasis, it was still City Center. Seoul now have taken City Center again, back-to-back, but can they get University? Because this is when things fell apart for Seoul yesterday.
Here's the rollout again. Invading over the mini right now. All these early engagements just massively off the point. Environmental risk here. Vindame and Lee Jae-gon playing up on the high round. Void, very low as well. I think he's gone down with Void eventually, as the rest of the team will get back to the point. Look at the forward unit. Lee Jae-gon and Who Are You trying to shut down Fitz. We will manage to get back to the team, create cohesive units.
They want none of that neutral. They were trying to fight for the high ground on towards the mini-pack. They originally had the better positioning, but take a bit of extra damage. Izayaki has to fall off to the low ground onto the point itself, and Dragons take a bit of a breather. Mega being taken by Stalker down below, and still no cap to come through, still no frag to come through.
Yeah, this is the most extended neutral fight we've seen from both of the rounds so far. Yeah, I don't know if Shanghai had to do that, but they're playing it safe, they're playing it passively, they're waiting for their moment to strike. Who Are You's low. Needs to get some healing. Can't drop him, otherwise you pretty much called this one off.
You might see an ultimate here. We might be able to get a single fight here when an ultimate comes online before a pick does come on through. And we don't have a timer, so I don't know if this is going to be
again.
the Washington Justice versus Shock 2-minute stall. But it's already 20% and Shanghai need to be the ones to push on forward. They have a health advantage, Fitz very low. Is this going to be the kill? Yes, we do see an ultimate before kills come through.
Yeah, Lee Jae-gon's beat, securing it, I think, for the Shanghai Dragons there. Fast accumulation, it sets up Who Are You and Izayaki to just run riot in their front line, take them all out. And tempo beats coming into play there. Elongated fight with 0 picks, and this is what happens, Avril. The ultimate's decided.
Another blade coming online next. Shanghai Dragons don't allow the Seoul Dynasty to get too far away, 29%, just shy of 30. Both the rallies online here as well. Respect the tempo beat coming on through. The good news is Seoul, despite losing that one, they'll remove the beat. They will have a free fight in front of them, given that they did have the lead. Here comes the lead now going the way of Shanghai. Double rallies, waiting for DPS ultimate. Blade now out.
Who Are You's going to pop it a second later. Stalker takes down Izayaki at the end, tries to get a reset and turns the attention round. Proper move. Who Are You comes in for cleanup on the end of it. Fitz with the overclock just catches Who Are You as well. No decisive clapback. And Dynasty got the point in the chaos.
Lip holding there as well. Didn't quite have it in time. We saw Lip at 99% for the longest time while Fitz was going for the overclock. Now it's Lip's turning, pointing to teammates. Good shot at the Smurf. Smurf then got deleted there. Vindame saves him for the beat.
Yeah, has to come in there, reinstigate the fight, gets back onto point. Shanghai did get the flip in that time. He's in control. Lee Jae-gon needs to get out of there. So close to going down. Void and Izayaki get cut by Stalker. He's hunting right now. He tastes blood in the water. And Lip has to put the beast down. Flip goes in for Dynasty. This is so back and forth in comparison to what we usually see.
Lip surviving a 1 in there as well. That could have been a staggered death. That would have been time cost for the Shanghai Dragons, but we are about to hit 56 and 56. Both teams trading their places at the top of the podium as far as getting the lead here in this race for our third and final round. They decided to take home map number 1. Very important for momentum.
Just
one-man rampage. Gets his man.
It's enough. It's a shutdown, 2-for-1 trade off the back of it. Still keeping the fight competitive despite that, but ultimately Dynasty have control. When you look at the map percentage, we're getting into the 80s now. Shanghai can't play loosey-goosey with that fight. Come back as a cohesive unit, rally behind the Void Rampage. You got Lee Jae-gon's beat. Should be able to win this fight out on economy alone.
This is where you expect that Prophet will be able to get the rally, which is very much required to at least slow down, prevent the Void Rampage from getting value. We've already seen on City Center, Void Rampage, even hitting 3 might not be enough.
He's
Prophet
gone.
dead on 99!
No rally to come in. Void can just hold on to his ultimate now, I think.
He will.
Doesn't have to use it. He gets the flip. It allows them to defend with the economy instead. That's brilliant from the Dragons.
Wow, I don't know if that was just an incredible read from the Dragons. Maybe it was. They must have known that Prophet held on to rally. It's still available, so they're trying to pressure him down, and well, they get the kill instead, and that's even better than the pressure because Seoul Dynasty, they just have to advocate the point. 4-man.
He fights 4! Prophet's rally comes in just as you'd expect. Lee Jae-gon's beat is there as well. Who Are You get stalkered? Prophet's going to find another as well. This is Dynasty cleaning up. 24-1's about to become 24-2, Avril.
99%, the OT kicks in. Dragons, it's just Lip in there so far. Who else can touch? The answer is no. Izayaki's rally is going to have to get saved for our second map, and Seoul Dynasty have broken the streak. In 6 previous maps, they have not been able to take one over the Dragons. Number 7 is their lucky number.
Was not expecting that start to our series, but back and forth, particularly on University. You said this was the map they needed to do differently from the previous matchups. And they're able to secure it, come out with the win, draw first blood in our first to 4 series. And if Fusion didn't take the map earlier on in the season, they would have just denied the golden stage for the Shanghai Dragons. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it is Shanghai's pick as we head over to a hybrid. In all likelihood, Avril, we've been denied the 4 Overwatch today, which booms my pred a little bit, but it's good to see if you're a Dynasty fan. They won Oasis, took that away from Shanghai Dragons. We now move on to a hybrid pick, which will be Shanghai's choice. We'll update you with that in a moment, but it looks like the Seoul Dynasty are still keeping that momentum and the power they showed in the series against the Fusion, and they're going to need more of it. We're in for the long haul, I feel, here.
What's this? Seoul Dynasty up 1-0 versus Dragons. Stop the count. We can finish the series now. Says every Seoul fan, I'm pretty sure. As look, this is definitely not what we were expecting. Or maybe we did. I think that was bound. We were due for a Seoul Dynasty map win at some stage. And look, 4-0s aside, maybe if we could get a 4-0, it would have to be Seoul getting a clean sweep versus Dragons. And that would be, I mean, a shoe-eating moment where I just can't see it happening, but crazier things can and will happen. Let's see how things go now in future maps. I'd said a little bit earlier, a map choice that I would like to see the Seoul Dynasty pick up will be Paraíso. They just had a great Paraíso versus the Philadelphia Fusion. However, they're going to change it up for us a little bit here. We're going to go to, they being the Shanghai Dragons, not going to allow the Seoul Dynasty to go there. Dragons are going to choose Midtown, so denying any sort of Hollywood, Paraíso, any sort of positioning where Fitz might get a good look at the Ash. They want to take that off the table entirely, don't want to deal with any sort of shenanigans at all. Midtown was previously played by these two maps in our regular season Week 18 game. It was 2-1 for the Shanghai Dragons, so Shanghai Dragons prevented Seoul Dynasty from even capping B. They themselves capped out B.
It will be Seoul Dynasty to go on the offense first, and I think everyone at home is hoping that our graphics operator doesn't have to switch from the 5-map graphic to the 7-map graphic. I mean, if you're a Dragons fan or a Seoul fan, you're probably hoping that you just turn the table right now and make this a 5-map series. But I think a lot of us also want to see it go the distance if they keep being as competitive as they were on Oasis. Dynasty, except they're on the offense. Shanghai will set up first. No surprises on the compositional pick here.
So let's see how far Seoul get. As a reminder, Seoul did not get past B last time. That's got to be the target. Otherwise, they're going to have to get a very monstrous hold versus the Shanghai Dragons, which they are playing against the Shanghai Dragons. However, that being said, Stalker on that last map on Oasis was lights out, so damn good. Carrying on, as you mentioned, the momentum from earlier. A couple of hot shots from Seoul Dynasty, including a sleep dart from Vindame, just to see if anybody is peeking a little bit too far. A single pick here from Seoul Dynasty could set the stage. Can they rotate past this alleyway into the fire station? That's the next question, because Shanghai Dragons, they're great at intercepting these pushes.
Playing around terrain beautifully right now. They didn't get overwhelmed inside that building. Here's the start of the rotation into the firehouse.
I think one person got through.
At the moment. Yep, 4-1 split.
Yeah,
It's just Stalker, now
managed
the
to
team's
get
going to
through.
follow up. Railgun shot will miss. Stalker going low. Dashes in for a health pack.
Saw
Leaves
Legion
that
on a 1,
sustained.
by the way. He nearly got railed by Fitz.
Yep. Here's the fight. Clash in the center. Trapped in the bus stop. Void needs to move. That's not where you want to be, but it's Stalker and Fitz. Going back to the spawn room first. Smurf now under fire. It's easy pick up for Izayaki and the boys. That's Seoul going back. First deflection. Successful for the Shanghai Dragons. 1 minute burned.
Prophet the only person that survives there, so not a 5-man cleanup with Shanghai Dragons. Will take it all nonetheless. Talk about Stalker getting better blade timings and ult charge than Who Are You on our previous map. Not the case now. Who Are You leads 69-36, and now 70 on board for Who Are You as the Shanghai Dragons really get a hit and ult charge. The only person that is going to have a pretty reasonable lead is Vindame over Lee J Gon, so you do need to see that if Who Are You gets this blade. Fitz dead, should be a reset or a cleanup.
Hey. I mean, you could touch the point, Sol. I don't know if you can keep it at this point. There's lots of staggered members here. This could be lethal. If they can get control of the situation, they can definitely go for some kind of stagger. They're going to clear them all out.
Yep.
I think the stagger on Fitz was enough.
Yeah, Shanghai, they've gone from look but do not touch to touch but can't take home at this stage. There's still no ticks to come on through for the Seoul Dynasty. And now the blade is online, so look at the rest of the ultimates here as well. Lip will be next. Fitz is very much trailing. It's still Dragon's territory for all of the resources. Less than 2 minutes left.
Seoul Dynasty just going on the underpass all the time, not bothering to try and take the train away at all. Will emerge into the open arena. Double damage ultimates online. Rally and Beat about to be there. Vindame has the sound barrier to answer any aggression that comes in from the Seoul Dynasty.
Lee J God.
He's low. Rally from Mizuyaki. That's the first one popped. Vindane's going to answer back with the beat. No damage
Tempo
ultimates
beat.
available. Quick little pause there.
All right, well, let's survey what we have on board here. It is a tempo beat from Vindane. Lee Jae-gon is still holding for now. He's respecting the fact that Stalker could have Blade. Lip and Huayu still have ultimates available. The way this fight should really go through now is we have Shanghai Dragons. They might even pull back and allow one tick to come through from Seoul. That would probably be the safest play for them to make. Otherwise, they're going to be forced to pop a beat really early. Huayu's going to wait out this sound barrier from Vindane 100%, then pull Blade, and there won't be any further support ultimates or anything to stop Huayu once that happens. Profit's only at 88% now. He's probably going to even be the primary target for Huayu. I think that would be wise for him to go for. And then once Stalker responds with his own Blade, Lee Jae-gon's going to use the sound barrier, assuming he didn't counter tempo beat. And if he is to counter tempo beat, he's going to do it as soon as we come back from the break. So the two options for Dragons are is to disengage, give a tick, come back with the Blade, or play your own tempo beat, play the Blade anyway.
I'm trying to work out from the model whether Lee Jae-gon is trying to beat right now, or looks like it. Like, I'm looking at the pose he's in on the screen, and honestly, that could be him. It's hard to say. He could be leaping off a surface, or he could actually be the start of the beat animation.
Based on the positioning of Shanghai, so just to paint a picture for everybody while we wait in this pause, it's Seoul Dynasty with about 4 players on point. Shanghai Dragons have now swapped positioning. They now look like the attacking team. They're on the opposite side of the fire truck, and they have the sort of subway train cart control, the slight high ground there as well. So Shanghai Dragons kind of disengaging from Vindame's beat is very easy, because Seoul Dynasty don't actually want to chase. They want to stay on point and cap. So for them to chase Dragons, they can't cap, and they're very much going to value the point here. So I think if you are Dragons, this is the right opportunity to just give away a tick. The tick's about to come through now anyway, and then just play for the Blade win condition, because even if you give up the tick here, you probably can win this fight with an ult advantage, bring the timer down just below 1 minute, and that one tick shouldn't make a difference if you get a full hold anyway.
So here's the problem. You were talking about positioning. 4 players on the point. The one player that's not on the point is Stalker. Where they are is right in the face of Lip off screen. Lip is going to be under so much pressure when we come back from this pause.
We're back in.
Lip, like I said, he dropped down incredibly low. Got his support from the rest of the team. Probably got some rally assistance. Stalker is going to go down, though. They were able to punish that aggression.
Who are you going to hold?
Separation from the rest of the team. They don't have to use ultimates here, Avril.
Yep, they probably will just hold ultimates. Well, it depends, because Seoul Dynasty are in a pretty defensible position. They have 5 station, 2 ticks under control here as well. Depending on when Shanghai Dragons decide to go for this cleanup, time is going to get really low here. Stalker's respawning now as well. Rally coming on in. Shanghai now need to make decisions. Is this time for the Blade?
They're going to put it out. Shanghai using the Blade and beat at the same time against Profit's Rally. Vindame doesn't got the option there. It's just a cut through, a decimation of the Dynasty. And they still have the overclock and the rampage for what should be the final offensive of the Seoul Dynasty.
Yep. It could be enough. Stalker's Blade will be pretty dangerous here. You do notice that Lee Jae-gon went for a tempo beat anyway. They had Stalker down, so I don't think any real threat of counter damage once Huayu goes in, but he wanted to keep Huayu alive. He wanted to make sure no one of Shanghai Dragons was going to go down, and that was successful. It does cost you an extra sound barrier. The chance for Seoul Dynasty to still cap, I would have to say, is high. 3 ultimates to 2. But even if Seoul cap, they spend all 4 minutes on A, so can they finish the map after that? Unlikely.
Lip's got the overclock. He can make this fight a 5v4. Smurf has to take cover in the building. Can't hide behind his allies.
Watch Void.
Railgun charge. You heard it. Want Smurf. Stalker still on point. They touch. Oh, shut down. No Blade for Stalker. Smurf goes in with the rampage. They've already lost 2 members. The anti-healer's not enough. No one's on point. And that's a full hold for the Shanghai Dragons. No way capture coming through.
My goodness, Lip just put Seoul Dynasty right up against the wall. Stalker down first. That was the most important kill. Yet Stalker gone. No more Blade. He's been the linchpin for Seoul Dynasty this entire day, from this lower bracket final versus Fusion to the Oasis that Seoul just won against the Shanghai Dragons. Stalker, no opportunity to pull Blade. Smurf low HP as well. Can't go for the rampage. Doesn't want to die mid-cast. And that's it. Lip shuts it down. Void rampages. Seoul Dynasty, no response. They get 2 ticks, 81.1%. And this is what I'm saying for the Shanghai Dragons as well. Acceptable losses, well within margins of what they can accept to lose. And you'll still win the map. You'll still get the full hold. You'll still get the goal accomplished going 1-1, even if you give away 81.1.
This truly is surmountable for the Shanghai Dragons on their offense. Might just reset the series here, and it's like playing a first to 3 all over again.
And by the way, this is now officially worse territory for the Seoul Dynasty than where they were before, because previously, I'll remind the audience that Seoul at least capped A and got into B. They failed the cap B versus Shanghai Dragons 2 matches ago now in Midtown. This time they won't even get A, so not even a single point, sadly. Shanghai Dragons look to bounce back with a vengeance. This is Shanghai's map pick, to be sure.
Here's the rollout. They can control the green room. Vindame's going to have to vacate. Not hard committing into that area as much as Seoul Dynasty did. They're still playing a little bit underpass for the time being. They still want to get control of Firehouse. Like you said, it's a really defensible position. It's a target they should get if they can't get onto the point naturally. They might be able to do it without, though. Look at how they're stationed.
Past. It looks like they're going to skip the fire station, just go straight past the fire truck itself, and puts a lot of damage there.
They get Who Are You out the sky. Nice railgun combination with the flail whip. Arms are back on the Stalker, so it's still a 4v4. Void will go down as well. I think that's going to decide it. Fitz may drop. They're always trading 1 for 1, but they're not equal trades, I would say. Vindame able to just finish off, and that's going to be a full retreat from the Dragons.
And not enough frags and not in the right order for Dragons to actually take advantage of any sort of respawn differences here. Now it'll be another 5 versus 5 coming in through, so first goal on the checklist for the Seoul Dynasty accomplished. Let's win the opening neutral. Can they now snowball some ultimates further on this defense? They're going to have to go for a fuller hold, and unlike the Dragons, Seoul can't afford to give away ticks, at least not too many left on the Fitz again. That's a disgusting opening shot. 5v4.
Izayaki's in the face of Stalker, forcing them back to the team.
Soul's off the point.
Prophet has rallied. He's going to have to use this and reinitiate. They don't have time to play around with this one. Not that much. Smurf goes down, trading lip for it. Tiny Overwatch in the Firehouse. Void finds the second kill. Who Are You? Breaches outside with the rest of the team. Cuts through Stalker. It's not looking good for him. Fitz tries a railgun shot, but they can't get through any of this lineup of Dragons. Vindame's going to try and touch. Here's Who Are You's blade. No one's in range for the overtime. And that's clean from the Dragons as they're able to level out the series.
And what a push as well. We have a full hold into 2 attempts for the Shanghai Dragons, and it's enough. It was so beautiful. That one rail is enough to get the cap, to give Dragons a 5v4. Seoul can only do so much. Despite the Prophet rally, it's not going to be enough HP there. Shanghai Dragons, they get the cap, and they take us to a third map, 1-1 in the series so far. It's not going to be 4-0, not from Shanghai Dragons, and not from the Seoul Dynasty.
Oasis was a little bit of QA testing on the patch. I feel like Midtown is them fully installing the final product. Shang AI is online. And it's a equal series, tied 1 apiece at present. We're looking towards map number 3. It's going to be Seoul Dynasty's pick. And of course, it's going to be an escort, so make sure you join us after the break. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown Finals. Tied series, Shanghai Dragons have a dominant performance on Midtown to reset the series. Tied one apiece in this 1-4 clash. It is now Seoul Dynasty's pick, and it's an escort type for them to choose from. I'm looking at the map. I've got an idea of what it's going to be. I'll spoil it for you. We're going to Dorado as our next map choice.
And I don't mind it because I feel like Seoul Dynasty have some feelings about it, given that they were so close to beating the Dragons yesterday. Why not? Why not try and rewrite history, run it back, play it again? This time they actually get to hold B and win the map. That was what it was. It just comes down to the Shanghai Dragons clutch factor, and the clutch factor just seems to be always ever present for the Shanghai Dragons. Maybe not on Oasis, but on future maps certainly the case. And I got a fun little fact for you here in terms of a stat line from our previous map on Midtown for you, Tread. On the Shanghai Dragons defense for Midtown A, they didn't die a single time. 0 deaths.
That's rough. That's rough for the Dynasty. Yeah, that's a bit of a mental boom. Not finding a single final blow is kind of painful.
And then when they came back for the attack, they obviously lost the initial push, right? That's when they got wiped. Yep. That was the first death for everybody. So everyone's got to sing. Nobody was deathless on the Dragons, so at least Seoul don't have to be contending with that. They at least got 1 kill on each member of the Dragons, but they still, unfortunately, were not able to hold on to Midtown at all. So a brilliant map choice for the Shanghai Dragons now requires a brilliant map choice in response. You better hope that if you are Seoul, that Dorado is going to be enough. Certainly, this is going to go back towards Ash territory. And in some ways, I think if you can force Lip on the Ashe, who, by the way, is no slouch on the Ashe, it is still beneficial for Seoul because you're taking him off the Sojin. I firmly believe that Lip is the better Sojin between the two players, between Lip and Fitz. But on the Ashe, things get a little bit more competitive, and that's what Seoul Dynasty need, a little bit of an edge.
Hopefully the edge is enough for them to get a lead in this series. Then Shanghai Dragons will have the benefit of being able to push to choose the push map if Dynasty were to be able to come out here with the victory. Of course, it's a bit of a tall order. I think expectations coming into this series was for the Shanghai Dragons to walk away the victor. Some were predicting a 4-0 scoreline. We know that's not going to be the case anymore. Does leave the 4-1 open, which is still dominance if played correctly. I'm going to harpen back to their previous matchup, though you've already touched on it a bit, Avril. Dorado, nearly Seoul Dynasties. I mean, why wouldn't you go to this location? Like you said, you've got the Fitz option being on the Ashe. All makes sense when you look at it on paper. But now, Seoul Dynasty have upgraded. Have Dragons looked at that match yesterday and gone, okay, like we kind of fluked our way through that with an incredible clutch on point B. Where are the improvements that we need to make on that map so we don't have to rely on an insane clutch?
So onto Dorado we go. 7 maps potentially to play through here. Shanghai Dragons trying to keep that as lean as possible. Seoul Dynasty want to extend further. We're just going to get the lead now. 2-1. Feel good about this one for the Seoul Dynasty. Shanghai Dragons, though, that last Midtown really does also make me feel some type of way about how good they are and how big the gap is when they are truly online and the Seoul Dynasty are not there to match. Take a look at opening compositions here first and foremost. You do see Fitz coming through on the Ashe as expected. Shanghai Dragons will see the response. Does Lip start on the Sojin? Does he start on the Ashe? I think previously, yesterday, he did start with the Ashe here on A, but he swapped a little bit later on.
Okay, going over to the Pharah. Okay, no, he's going to stay on the Ashe.
I wouldn't even mind if he actually starts with the Widowmaker for just a little bit. Goes for a pot shot on the Widowmaker, then calls it. Other thing to look out for here is that Dragons do not have a Symmetra, so they're not going to go for an early TP play. Just going to walk through the opening gate, clear it. Look for courtyard control. Let's see if they take the courtyard, because that would indicate they're going to go for a high ground play, but currently just chilling on the low ground.
Dynamite ticks. Nice shot there. Finds who are you. Fitz opens up with first blood. Shanghai Dragons scatter into the buildings and try and wait for time.
That's what you need to see. This is why you play Dorado, why you get Fitz on the Ashe. Very comfortable on this hero. This is definitely one of his signatures. One area where maybe he can get the better of Lip, who currently does actually lead on ult charge, so Lip is doing the damage, takes a bit of a shot in response. Stalker got to be careful, get Fitz in trouble potentially. Look at Fitz HP.
Oh, that coach gun. That coach gun saved his life, absolutely. The quick movement shuts down. Stalker then go finds who are you. Legion's removed as well. Dynasty have control of Dorado at present. Fantastic defense from the damage lineup.
And there's one more player, I think, on the side there. Yeah, Void calls it, drops off the map.
Yep.
Not going to feed in the ult charge there. Thought he may have been able to just stay alive and not get caught, but Overwatch prop hunt will be won by the Seoul Dynasty here. reasonable hold so far. Minute 10 expended, and we're not quite in the archway as far as the payload is concerned, so this one's got to go towards ultimates. Lip and Fitz so far leading the charge. We do expect Ash to get quick ultimates. 2 bombs online very soon. Lip gets a bit of Fitz. That's brilliant in terms of first blood.
So they need Stalker, also not too healthy right now. Coach going to create space and get them up on the high ground. Multi-use ability.
Oh,
nice shot there onto Vindane.
So clean.
Beautiful tag. Stalker's going to die to the dot. Smurfs under pressure as well. Clean up from Shanghai Dragons as they get into market.
yes. I mean, Lip is currently doing 39% of his entire team's damage, right? So this is a 5v5 game, and he's doing 2 players worth of damage on his own currently. So nearly on the bob already. Lee Jae-gon being annoying in the front lines. Extra bit of dynamite tech to just help Lip along. He's even taking the aggressive high ground. Solo player pushing on here. Seoul Dynasty can still go for a final contest. I think Lip is going to have to pull Bob here to win.
Wonder where he places this one. He wants to get a good
Just against the wall, yeah.
Yeah, on the gate. That's it. Lee Jae-gon's gone down, so they have punished the frog. Bob's got good range here to be able to keep the damage on. Fitz goes flying at Lip and takes him out whilst he's ascending through the sky. Stalker has the blade as well, but Ash is playing second fiddle to the performance Fitz just gave us. Does mute the Dragon's response, so they are going to clap back quite easily. There's 3 members still alive on the payload. They'll keep the pressure on and wait for those reinforcements to come in. No, don't
time.
Don't blade. He's going to blade. Oh, here it comes. Lee Jae-gon beat, Vindane beat. They'll cut through the Seoul Dynasty. Capture point A. They don't have an answer for this. They will take out the Froggy and move on to point B.
Couple of extra ultimates did need to come through there. Lip now swapping back over towards the Ash. Didn't even lose any ult charge there. I think it was something like 40% Tracer ult charge. Translates to 24% towards the Ash, and now we're moving towards the next bomb. Vet's still holding on to that one. The 2 support ultimates being burned by the Seoul Dynasty. Just the 1 from Shanghai Dragons, but the extra bomb and the blade. Stalker also pulled the blade. High ground being taken by Lip first and foremost, as we're double pushing so far on the bottom side. Respecting the dynamite, Shanghai full.
You're at that high ground to the Seoul Dynasty, sending Lee Jae-gon and Who Are You up there. Lip also has a high ground position to help contend from afar. Does mean they can't push up as much as they usually like to with the high ground. It's buying Shanghai extra space to be able to push it under. Dynamite's right on top of Void there, going to give some dot, just the minor pressure onto the healing resources.
When Shanghai Dragons go for the push again, you should see Fitz pull through the bob. There it is now. They're going to just go for the full 5v5.
They've lost Prophet. And they've got the rally from Izayaki. There's a huge brig advantage in effect. And they're going to press the advantage. Bob, just in the garden, not going to have the impact they were looking for.
Deflect.
Nice deflect there onto Fitz. It's a huge shutdown. And that payload's on the final corner already. Shanghai Dragons not under the same pressure they were yesterday on Dorado.
And this is where the Rampage should come through next for ultimates. Lip's already got a second bob, by the way. Before a single Rampage has come through, a second bob's already available. Gets the push up. That's a reasonable position for the bob to beat. Both Rampage coming on through. Did Void miss?
No
Void.
way.
Smurf missed.
Smurf missed because Smurf got delayed. He got knocked up and he had a little bit of ascension with the bob. The bob just interrupted that. Smurf still went forward, still charged through, but that slight delay, that slight discord didn't make it easy for him. He ended up whiffing. I think that's like the 3rd one today that Smurf has not been able to find anyone.
Yeah, 2 in the Philly Fusion series, now 1 here as well. This one I think we can say was a bit more, not quite his fault, right? He did get booped, he did get interrupted by the bob, but still tragic nonetheless. Still does mean that Seoul once again cannot hold that B point. Shanghai Dragons, they will cap it through. We swap sides here. Shanghai are now on the defender side, and Seoul, as the defenders, have payload control from the attacking side. Vindame on half HP.
Keeping an eye on him. Dinking the Prophet, put the shield up. Stalker, now the next target. Beat from Lee Jae-gon. It's the answer for the Who Are You blade to reinvigorate him. Here's Stalker going back with one of his own. They found Void. Everyone else should start to fall after that one. Stalker can't find a target, but he's done enough as it is. He'll now go on the hunt without the blade for Lip. Takes him out in the sky. Fitz for the final blow.
It's the extra rally. I mean, Prophet did get forced to pop the rally, right? You saw the dink from Lip onto Prophet. Prophet feeling like his life is in danger, doesn't want to die there, pulls through the rally. Vindame pops in that extra sound barrier when Who Are You pulls blade. The double support ultimate's being laid in, the extra green HP. Too hard for Who Are You. He even got multi-slashes there. I'm sure Who Are You's damage for that fight was high, but it did not translate to any kills because it's just too much green HP to get through.
Bobbert on the field. It's Fitz. Lip's going to answer back with one of their own.
Bob and Bob.
Knocks Bob up, goes into the conflict. Lip will then destroy Fits with the Bob. Still got his up, and it's holding space. It does mean that they can't press forward. Seoul Dynasty can't go into the backlines of Shanghai Dragons. That's now expired. Lip finds Fitz again with a beautiful headshot. This is supposed to be Fip's signature hero. Lip is the one having the impact right now. Prophet's isolated. That's a good takedown. Stalker tries to delay the damage. Only throws himself onto the fire as well. 1 minute 20 left, final corner.
And you know what? Lip he lived in that entire situation as well. Stalker tried to hunt him down, but the peel from the rest of the Dragons, including Lip's own peel on the coach gun, too powerful. And now the Shanghai Dragons on the victory path. They got up a minute and 10 remaining, but they're so close to the finish line now. No ultimates are online for either team. This one is a complete neutral both ways.
Stalker has to return back to the payload to touch it. Can't send himself up there to go and find Lip. Move back. Who are you? Gives
Look at the XP.
Shout in. Stalker's cut. Prophet can't hide. Lip's got all the sight lines he needs to perform. They're going to have to break him down here. They can't do it. Fitz found one. Going to need a hell of a more than that to be able to find anything. And that's the cap coming through. 40 seconds remaining. Shanghai Dragons have leveled up their Dorado between now and yesterday.
Yeah, and it looks like despite Seoul winning Oasis, and that looked like a level up from Seoul themselves, Midtown was a far more one-sided Midtown from Shanghai compared to where we saw that one 2 matches ago. Dorado already looking better than the Dorado that we saw last time as well. Let's take a look at the replay now. This will be the bomb that interrupts the rampage. Boom, like you said, pushes Smurf up that much further. And despite Smurf still going forward, everyone from the Shanghai Dragons had the extra moment. It might have only been 1 second there, Trid, but 1 second is enough to just spread yourselves out, remove yourself from the Rampage AoE, and Smurf doesn't hit a damn person.
Like I said, that is the excusable whiff, as you were saying. But now, Shanghai Dragons go on to the defense, Seoul Dynasty on the offense. Now, I think Shanghai Dragons should be able to put up a good defense. Seoul Dynasty, it's their map pick. You're hoping they can get some serious progress. We might be able to do Dorado all over again. Do have a mountain to climb here, though. Shanghai Dragons are looking lethal today. Lip, at the moment, rolling out on the Sojourn, not going to contest on the Ashe for the time being.
And that's because it's mostly Seoul's strategy to play the Ashe, right? I mean, Lip will play the Ashe on the offense here, but typically speaking, when we saw the defense yesterday for the Shanghai Dragons on Dorado, it was Sojourn, you know. Got that very famous clip of Lip and Izayaki with a 1-2 alley-oop with the rail into the whip shot, and now, as you sort of called it, I think it was a rail and flail. This is going to be the teleport play from Seoul Dynasty onto high ground roof, and should be Seoul Dynasty rotating towards Courtyard on the right side. You look at Dragon's positioning, they're ready for it.
They're taking control of the payload. They're just dashing onto the Straggler. They want Stalker. Good reposition back to the rest of his team. They get control of the objective. Vindane moves into the tiny Overwatch room, and that's what we're going to be rewarded with. Who Are You goes for a huge dash through. Lee-J Gon's the one finding the final blows. The 2-for-2 trade. They're right outside the Dynasty spawn room, though. I know who gets the advantage out of this one. With Who Are You still alive on the hunt for Fitz, he finds one more kill. Going to be a cut down there as they trade out range DPS. Stagnated fight, but Dynasty
I think Who Are You was the only one surviving there, but you did see Izayaki and Lee-J Gon fall. It was very close. If those two players, or at least even one, survived, Dragons could have held in the 3v3 scenario, but no support. Seoul Dynasty do have supports. They have support. They have the respawn advantage as well. Too much for Drags to deal with. Who Are You gets one extra kill to Fitz on his way through, and it's enough. Who Are You low now, has to make sure he doesn't go down. He is very far ahead of Stalker in terms of blade charge. Lip gets the first blood again.
He can't just keep getting away with this, Avril. Can't do this in the finals of the Summer Showdown. Dynamite will burn through. It's enough to help Vindane get the kill on Izayaki. They trade out Smurf, though. Fitz goes down again. Lee-J Gon on the hunt right now. Stalker and Who Are You are going to trade blows once more. Another muted fight. It's very messy. No one's getting anything clean from this one, Avril. It's so costly on either side, regardless of who has the numbers advantage.
Well, I think that's at least a little bit refreshing compared to what happened on Midtown, right? A single rail headshot into a full team wipe. Now, at least going to be a little bit more back and forth. Well, he does find the blade. Has to stay alive, 40 or so HP. But the players are back now. There was a very late death on the Stalker that allows the Shanghai Dragons to get all their respawners back through. Bob now coming into play.
Bob just gives Lip an acceleration to the top as beats are being traded. Play from Who Are You? Finds Prophet. Fitz is gone. 3v3. Bob, you're going to depart as well. Looks upward. Finds Stalker. Wants to get that kill. Does not give him any extra charge. He has the blade anyway. He doesn't get a kill. 145 team kill. No one from the Dragons tried in that last engagement, I don't think.
Time is a factor now because we still have to see Seoul finish this map. 40-second time bank here with the Shanghai Dragons. The Seoul get to get through A. I mean, by this time already, Dragons were on B, pushing on through. So Seoul Dynasty are behind par. They're behind the pacing that they require. They've also spotted out the rotation rather. Seoul Dynasty pushing through the underside. So allow Seoul Dynasty to at least get into position to go through the archway soon, but you know, they are kind of wasting time. We've gone from 140 to about 110, 30 seconds gone just on rotation.
We've gone from 2 engagements to 1. Stalker put down at half HP, pulls the blade out, so low. There should be a pickup for them. Prophet finds Izayaki. Lip creating some space, goes for the shot. Fitz finds Who Are You? The railgun was not enough. Finds Prophet, it's only 1. But that's a decisive fight win for Seoul Dynasty. Something they were lacking so far in this round. They will get point A in a time bank extension.
Yeah, we saw it from Lip's POV there as well, really trying to get his best done. He tried to get some shots in. I think he might have even got one rail headshot there, but it did not result in a kill. Stalker himself was super tanky, and it was Lip's primary target, who, by the way, Lip is now going to be on the Sojourn for B. So this is a change up from yesterday. Yesterday, Lip still played the Sojourn on B now. He's going to swap over. The Stalker's Blade being successful. Seoul Dynasty are on the move, but less than 3 minutes to get past B, and then they still have to finish the map on C. Fitz likely to be alive.
Gets away by the skin of his teeth. Stalker and Vindame challenging high ground. Fitz not taking that angle that we saw from Lip on the last time. Does give him a little bit more freedom on the high ground.
Dynamite? Unlucky.
Yeah, okay. That's not a whiff Rampage, but it's still a whiffed ability. Uncharacteristic for Lip, I would say. Rampage for Void.
We've all done it.
Smurf can answer back as well. Good Dynamite up there. Get some extra tick damage. No one's pushing them off, though. It's going to be Shanghai Dragons that might have to drop at some point.
Yeah, they're going to have to. It'll be Rampage. So remember, there's a bit of a better Rampage situation for Void here because Seoul, they can't really Rampage uphill. So Void can drop in Rampage. Smurf can't really do anything unless Dragons drop down to meet him. So it will depend on when Dragons want to do that. You notice that Who Are You is the one actually touching payload. It's pretty safe for him to do so. With Bob coming through, Shanghai Dragons need to start thinking about their move.
They're under pressure. Here it comes. It just finds Vindame and Stalker. Both get themselves out of the fight. Vindame not fast enough, unfortunately. Smurf comes in with a counter. Fights free. Beat from Lee J Gold to stem the bleeding. Izayaki's got to rally up in about 5 seconds. Void needs to stay alive. Who Are You? Finding 2. Lip follows up onto a 3rd. Good shutdown from the Dragons.
Yep.
Dynasty will return with a beat and a blade.
And Vindame didn't get to use the sound barrier there as well. I think he was one of the ones caught by the Rampage. So they didn't want to take that risk. And Seoul Dynasty, they're going to end up losing that fight. Void gets the better Rampage as expected. Shanghai Dragons waiting for their moment to drop, and the patience being shown is so brilliant to see. I mean, they were not going to be pressured out to make a mistake. There are no unforced errors. And Shanghai Dragons still hold on to 3 important ultimates. That's 2 more than the Seoul Dynasty have, and we're still waiting for the Stalker Blade. 89% now, 90, 10 away. Izayaki's the only person that can actually counter that one through, so it's going to have to be a very important rally. Less than 1 minute now for Seoul to get the cap.
Bob it.
I think the Bob, yeah, overshot. Too far.
Just sprinting past the church.
I mean, Seoul,
Maybe next time, Bob.
In a weird way, it still does its job because Seoul, they're kind of trapped in the courtroom now. They can't push forward. I mean, they could choose to push forward past the Bob, but they're just going to wait out the Bob. So, in some weird way, Dragons, they prevent Seoul from pushing. Now the play from Who Are You?
Well, they've never brought time for the beat to come out. Trying to disengage from Stalker's play. Gets shut down by Lip before he can find a connection. Who Are You? Doesn't find anything. But he did draw the attention of the Seoul Dynasty. Prophet as the rally. It's 5v3. Lip's uncontested in the high ground right now. Smurf's going to get brought down by the shield bash. 10 seconds remaining. No one's in a position to touch. Where's the frog?
That'll be it. This is it. Map's over.
5 seconds. Vindame's going to go for it. Push back. Too late.
On the back.
There's no answer here. There you have it. Shanghai Dragons. 2-1 scoreline. They take Dorado. And it wasn't meant to be for the Seoul Dynasty. We're looking towards a push map as our next stop.
Just far too much distance gained by Shanghai Dragons. This time not even going to get caught up on B. No clutch required. They finished the map. 40 seconds to spare. Seoul Dynasty do not get past B. It's them who cannot get this cap on B. It's almost like the opposite of what we saw yesterday. The Shanghai Dragons, 2 maps in a row now, looking very dominant. Midtown was a full hold into 2 attempts. This one was at least a little bit more competitive. We saw a C point. We saw much of the B point. Still not enough for the Seoul Dynasty. They have the next map pick.
We go to a quick break. When we come back, it's push. And we got one step closer to get into that match point. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown Finals. Shanghai Dragons leading the series after taking down Dynasty on Dorado. It is now the Seoul Dynasty's map pick, and they're going to have to choose a push type. I'm looking ahead towards what they've chosen here, Avril. They're going to be locking in Colosseo as the next destination for this match.
I think that's pretty predictable as well, because when you look across our previous series, right, that was the winning map versus the Philadelphia Fusion, and by quite some margin as well. It was 111 meters to 58. Now, obviously, the Shanghai Dragons are not the Philadelphia Fusion. In fact, they should be much better. They are much better, given that it's already a 2-1 lead. How is this going to look, though, for Dragons? Because we haven't really seen a fourth map. I mean, they played only a single map 4 over the course of the entire qualifier stage, and I mean, what even was the scoreline? Let me have a look. It was a Colosseo as well. They did beat the Philadelphia Fusion, And if I'm not mistaken, just looking at score lines, I don't think it was particularly close. The score line was 138 to 49. So if you want to kind of like get a bit of an apples to apples comparison, we just saw Seoul beat the Philly Fusion on Colosseo, and it didn't seem that close. Shanghai beat the Philly Fusion on Colosseo in an even more commanding way.
Well, if you want to do results-based analysis, it's not a good omen for the Seoul Dynasty. We know the form the Dragons are in right now. They're pretty terrifying. Who are you? Clips in. Vindane clips in. Colosseo is our next location for this showdown. And the Dragons climb one place closer to getting to match point and a finals victory in the Summer Showdown.
And they haven't been to a single final so far this year. Kickoff clash. They lost to the Seoul Dynasty in a very, very close game. We looked at mid-season madness. Dropped down to the losers bracket. No dice there. Now, finally, the third tournament, our third stage. Summer Showdown, the Shanghai Dragons 2-1 up in the finals, looking for match point. Very briefly now, I think a lot of commenters would have said 4-0 Shanghai Dragons. That's no longer possible. 4-1 now is the current target unless the Seoul Dynasty can get this map underway, can win this map. As we did actually have a map choice from Seoul Dynasty going towards Dorado that went awry. This is their map choice again. Colosseo, we just saw this trend. We just saw them win here.
Let's keep an eye on how these work. Once again, most of the team playing on the outside of the tunnel. Don't see that a lot, but they will rotate back. Apart from Seoul, actually, they're all outside for the time being. Hoping to overwhelm in a 5v1. Usually just send one member out here for a little bit of poke. Now going to rotate round. Sides of switch before the point unlocks.
In the case, we are going to be waiting for our opening rail shot with a side swap rather, by the way. Shanghai Dragons kind of take the early robot control, and they have a couple meters already on board with Seoul Dynasty forced to walk up.
Vindane boops them back into the fight, keeping it compact. BJ Gon's paying some attention over to Prophet. Railgun online for Lip. Fitz so close to going down. Who are used to be the first victim though? Good follow-up from the Seoul Dynasty to find 3. Make that 4. Decisive fight win. Progress is theirs.
5. Bend but not break there for the Seoul Dynasty. So Lip literally rail Fitz down to 1 HP. Fitz should not have survived that. He did. He did not go down, was not cleaned up by anybody from the Dragon side, and then Seoul Dynasty, they get the frags, they get all 5, and all 5 alive as well to push on forward. They don't need to wait for any respawners. Probably not going to get more than 30 meters here. 30 will be about the limit. Shanghai Dragons might even decide to push him before that. We'll see what the decision for the Dragons is. By the way, Lip and Stalker both on 70%.
Still be in that battle for now. Spray down for each other, realize it's not worth it, and have the bite to actually win that duel on the railgun. Disruptor shot reflected back, makes things a little bit awkward, but not insurmountable. Flip comes in.
Smurf low.
Who are used load. Void's also feeling the hurt right now as well. Will go down to Smurf. Again, Shanghai on the back foot in these fights.
Shanghai should push.
Takes a
They're down
takes a
one,
shot
but they
at
got to
Lip.
go in, and the reason they have to go in is because if they get any trade, Seoul can't really make it in distance. Lip's not going to pull through the overclock. Seoul Dynasty, the 5v4 doesn't count for anything now.
They have to back off. They're respecting the damage too much. 1 left in the chamber. Stalker takes him down. Who are you still available as a damage option for them? The Fitz finds Lee J gone. Another fight win coming in for Seoul Dynasty. They're dealing with the Dragons so well now, Avril. Consecutive fight wins are really creating a lead for them on push.
And without dying as well. Seoul Dynasty is still on 0 deaths. Every single member. 5 alive, pushing on through 50 meters. Gained 4 ultimates as well. It was a overclock for a rally in the previous fight. Shanghai Dragons still waiting for Void and Who Are You. Those are the 2 ultimates missing. Who Are You only 5% away. Threatening the camp now, 4 meters away. Shanghai Dragons do touch.
Need to start getting some progress back. Only 3 minutes gone so far, so it is going to be something they can achieve. Dork finds 1. Fitz with the overclock. Can't find a connection. He's got 2 melee damage dealers in his face. Void traded for Fitz. Izayaki's rally wasn't enough to save him. The fight will continue on the point. Numbers advantage in favor of the Seoul Dynasty at present. 4 versus 3. Stalker back to the point. Plays with his lineup. High ground. So strong for the Dragons, but they have to drop down to contest. Lee Jae-gon goes in to try and force the issue.
Prophet
Who
low.
are you is low. Got through. How does he live there? Finds Prophet without dying himself, but Stalker changed the attention over the lip. Smurf, they want to try and lock him down. Eardrums blown out by Lee Jae-gon, and they finally clear the Dynasty off and are able to move them forward.
Shanghai Dragons finally getting a fight when that's the first time that Seoul have actually been wiped, the first time any of their members have actually died so far on this map alone. 63 meters, but failure to get the cap. That's the most important thing here. Shanghai Dragons do not allow Seoul Dynasty to get a checkpoint. So, everything's still within contention. Great lead for Seoul. This is a very, very nice lead indeed. 4 minutes, and it's what you want.
Rampage and Void finds Smurf and Fitz. Carnage after the fact, layering the damage on. This Lee Jae-gon to find Fitz. They lose his Zayaki. Smurf goes down as well. Payload's been pushed back. Dragons have control of the fight at the moment. They want to try and seal the deal here. Prophet's gone, Stalker gone, Vindame in the spawn room as well. They're not going to be able to match the progress yet. They're going to need another fight to make that happen.
Okay, a couple fights maybe. Again, first checkpoint here, super important. Lip nearly on the overclock. Lee Jae-gon looking towards the sound barrier. I don't know if he can tempo this one just yet. Depends on if their read on Stalker's blade is accurate or not. Will be a very contentious fight nonetheless. Prophet to force his own rally to come on through regardless.
Playing around the high ground, and there's that overclock you were talking about. Rally from Prophet, that's the go button. Overclock triggered, takes one shot, beat from Lee Jae-gon. Smurf goes down. Doesn't need the headshots, the bodies are enough, but he uses one for Stalker, uses one for Vindame! Oh, Lip! It's sweet music to our ears. That's the fight win they need, and they're going to take control of the map.
He knows exactly where I like to get kissed. Straight on the lips right there. 4K coming in through. Overclock getting it done, and now we're threatening the cap. The cap has been found just now. There it is. The Shanghai Dragons very much in the lead. So important that they get that cap. The checkpoint achieved. Forward hold, forward spawn. See how much further they can get now. Seoul Dynasty yet to actually contest, and we continue pushing. 80 meters, might even be 90 by the time the Seoul go in. They need a blade get. Who are you? Get shut down. No more blade.
Blade shot down! Fitz wants to answer back. He's seen Lip in the highlight reel. He wants one of his own. But the Dragons are far more respectful to allow that to happen. Blade comes in from Stalker. You've got the rally from his Zayaki, but he's the primary target. Void goes down as well. This is it. They're crumbling. Lip finds one on the exit for the taxation. Lee Jae-gon.
That's cheeky.
Yeah, it gets pulled back to make sure they
come.
get the kill. Yep, but here's the pushback. There is quite a lot of distance to go, though, so need more than that. They got ults in the back, though, so Dynasty have the tools to be able to go.
A robot's feet stomping on the ground so hard, you saw Smurf's chair just rocking in the background. 88 meters, though. Seoul Dynasty have the resources to catch up, but they need to win, I would say, 2 fights in a row here, at least. And cleanly as well if they can. Here comes Fitz with the overclock, looking for some damage. Lee Jae-gon took a shot.
Yeah, so did Fitz. Fitz taking damage, a lot of it. Void finds 2. Beat from Vindame. Smurf, when an anti-heal goes, he might want to answer back with one of his own. Might not even need it. They found his Zayaki. One back on the Stalker. Lee Jae-gon's gone down as well. Find Who Are You. Decisive fight win. They can keep the Rampage and the rally for the next fight. Try and get the consecutive ones. Void just being a nuisance, but will ultimately go down.
Okay, that is a bit of a delayed kill there, so, I mean, the time is becoming a factor, but at the same time, it will be a delay to get Void back. And let's take a look at the replay now from Fitz's POV. Boom, shuts down Who Are You. Disgustingly good shot at me. Listen, Lip gets the 4Ks, but in that particular fight, you don't need 4 from Fitz. Just the 1 required there, and Seoul can win a fight. Here comes up again, though. It's overclock time once more. And he won an entire fight on his own last time. If Lip pulls through with another overclock, Seoul Dynasty are done.
Oh my god, look at him just charge into the back line. Take the alternative route. B comes out from Lee Jae-gon. There's the Rampage. Stalker's low. Haven't converted the kills, but Stalker will go down. Dragons weather those 2 ultimates and slow down the fight.
4 meters.
Got some options available.
Dragons cannot allow Seoul to cap here. Very important the Dragons stop the push now. They have the player advantage. They lose Lee Jae-gon.
The fight slows down once more. Waiting for the cooldowns, waiting for the healing.
Lee Jae-gon's respawning. They stole the payload. They stole the bot.
Oh my god, how they got away with that one? They were in full pursuit to try and grab it. Zayaki will finally be shut down. This does buy them extra time. Even if they lose the fight here, they'll have chance to reinforce and deny it.
You have to be careful though, because
Sloppy
Dragons still
from
waiting for
Dynasty.
respawns. If Seoul win this fight cleanly, they can still get this cap because the robot's pushing very quickly now. Shanghai Dragons don't have Void alive. They're going to have to touch without Void. Otherwise, they give up the cap.
They lost the Edigon now. They'll get the crap to the checkpoint, but they've not lost the map progress overall, I believe.
There's
The
the cap.
checkpoint with the spawn advantage is very powerful.
A minute 15 left. I think this has to be the push. If Seoul Dynasty do not win off this push and gain the lead, I think they're going to lose this map. There's just not a lot of time left. This has got to be the push. This is their best opportunity now. Fitz
Again! He does it!
just can't play the game.
Twice in a row from Fitz! Who Are You has not been able to put the blade. You want him to win the fight. Fitz heard you, Avril. Fitz knows the win condition, dodges the headshot, doesn't go for the shot. He's done enough. They can push this to
The
victory.
flip.
Shanghai Dragons need to
Come
run
in.
in. The line's right there. No one can contest. Shanghai Dragons have been put on the back foot with 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is going to be a monstrous push from Shanghai Dragons now 100 meters online for Seoul Dynasty in just a half second now. Fitz has absolutely put the team on his back here, and Shanghai Dragons are feeling the pain. Can Shanghai even do anything in the last 30 seconds? They have to win this fight and many more. Fitz goes down.
Izayaki's taken out as well, equalized. They shut down Lip in the back. They've got no long-range damage. He has to return to the fight, though. It's looking pretty dire as the Seoul Dynasty are able to find more of the Dragons. Who Are You? Needs to stay alive.
Still
here. They need
pushing,
every
still
number they can
pushing.
to touch and trigger the overtime. Every second they leave it just gets more distance for them to push back if they want to win this map.
Ichigon's low. Dead. Stalker gets him. That's another 5v4. That's the beat gone. That was the only ultimate event.
Rampage
It's
from
down
Smurf.
to Lip now.
Oh, the anti-heal on the front line. Lip has to pull out the overclock, but he's under pressure. They find Profit. Nice carnage on top of them. Locks him in the corner. Lip will find the kills. Shanghai Dragons take control, but look how far they have to push this payload if they want to get the map.
And it still costs them an ultimate, so the Shanghai Dragons are lacking resources now. So despite winning, they can't build up enough of an ult bank, so they have to win, I would say, 3 fights here. Considering that there's going to be another fight in the neutral as the payload comes on through, we're going to get a fight in the concourse here. There's a bunch of forward respawners, so Shanghai Dragons unfortunately couldn't even deny the respawn wave. And if Dragons win this fight, they still have to push something like 30-odd meters.
Void can't go down here. Beat comes down from Legion. Rampage finds Fitz and Vindane. 5v3.
It's expensive.
As they take him out.
Expensive.
They're clearing him.
It's 2 ultimates.
No ults available in Seoul Dynasty though until probably the next fight after this one. They're
But
going to
that's
have
the
to do
thing.
consecutives to win.
Seoul still have 2 fights. Seoul still have enough fights
Yes.
remaining that they can build an ult bank. The comeback is on now. This will be one of the greatest Colosseo comebacks you've ever seen if the Shanghai Dragons can complete the heist again. How clutch
Who Are You
the
has to find
Shanghai
a blade.
Dragons? We saw them on Dorado clutching it through, and now the opportunity is open yet again on Colosseo. 17 meters, one final
There's
push,
one fight
we're
left.
in the OT.
Who Are You has to find this blade, Avril. He cannot get shut down by Fitz again.
Vindane
They're
looking
looking for it. Rally. Blade's pulled out. He goes for Smurf. Fitz isn't there to stop him
Vindane,
this time. He's still alive at the moment. Uses the beat to reinvigorate the fight. No one's gone down despite Who Are You having the blade. Ultimate's burned. Profit gets the rally. There's the overlap for Dynasty. Void's down
Void
low.
low, Void
Needs
low.
to heal. They're in the fight. They're keeping him alive for the time being. They found him. Stalker's taking him out. 5v4. Dynasty up against the wall. Still
That's his
standing,
ultimate.
strong. Can't find him. Lip behind the cover. Who's touching right now? He takes the shot. Izayaki and Who Are You are gone. Seoul Dynasty weren't allowed. They were not going to let that happen to them. Seoul Dynasty hold strong on their map pick, equalize the series at 2 apiece. But boy, Avril, the Dragons came close to having an unbelievable comeback at the end right there.
I would like to decree that the series is officially on. 2 maps apiece.
Ooh.
This is the furthest that the Shanghai Dragons have been pushed this entire tournament stage. Last 2 matches between Shanghai and Seoul, 3-0 sweeps. The only map lost by Shanghai, 1 versus Fusion. Now 2 maps lost in a single series, and we've still got 3 maps left to play. We still have not even found our match point yet. That is a minimum of 6 maps in this grand finals. This is how a finals is meant to be played.
Surprising everyone, the Dynasty are coming out strong. No 4 Overwatch to be found today. We're about to take a break. When we come back, we will have a control map waiting for you. It's Dragon's pick for the 2nd time this series. Well, Avril, we've crossed the red line and we're now in the new world. Our log poses are no longer set for the islands. We're going to have to chart a new course. We have no idea where we're going with this one. We never thought the series would go this far. We stand at 2 apiece. Shanghai Dragons versus the Seoul Dynasty. It is Shanghai Dragons pick as we head over to map number 5, a control map, to see who can go to match points.
I just think it's so uncanny, Trid, that, in Kickoff Clash finals, Philly versus Seoul Dynasty, I'm like, boy, this is going to be a close one. This is going to be a banger. That was a 4-0, and now we get to Summer Showdown. I'm like, probably going to be a 4-0, and this one is truly a banger. We have waited so long. I think 3 of the last matches between these two teams have ended in 3-0s. And I've been hyping up this matchup, this rivalry for so long. I feel like we've had some plentiful of good matches, especially in Kickoff Clash, right? That we had multiple map 5s. Now we are finally getting another map 5. If this was a standard first to 3, this would be this would be a series for the ages. It still will be, I think, going into the final 3 maps, because it has to be 6 maps minimum. But Trid, for El Clasico number 25, it really is delivering now. This rivalry is really delivering now.
I mean, we called it a bunch in Coliseum. I don't think we have the result we're seeing right now on the screen if Fitz didn't have an incredible clutch potential against Who Are You. Not once, but twice in a row, immediately shutting down his blades and not allowing him to play the game of Overwatch. I think we might have seen a different result there, so more credit to Fitz. Because we did say they were kind of trailing. The damage lineup kind of struggles a little bit head-to-head against the Shanghai Dragons. They're really making a case that that is not true at all.
And that's what we need to see out of Fitz, because, part of the storyline for this rivalry is that Lip has had Fitz's number almost their entire careers in the Overwatch League. Like, we really haven't seen Fitz get the better of Lip, and now Fitz and Lip fighting much closer neck and neck, and Fitz has certainly been able to shut down key important members like Who Are You. Like, we talk about him like the best Genji in the world, and I really do think he still is, but when Fitz shuts them down twice like that, the Shanghai Dragons can do very little in response, and now we go to the map that will finally decide who gets match point. It is Busan. This is also uncharted territory. The last 2 matchups, neither of these teams went to a Busan. We had Oasis, we had Lee Jung. Fitz is low.
Yeah, manages to jump just at the right time to get out the sightlines of Lip. Keep himself alive in this fight. Doesn't want to create a 5v4 this early on before the point even unlocks. Playing around the health packs is advantageous for Dynasty. This Dragon does speed line. Profit down to a headshot. Railgun removes him from the field. Void then finds the carnage on Vindame. Stalker gets 1 back for Prosperity. He will lose his life. First cap going over to the Dragons.
A little bit of a delayed death by Stalker there as well. Not too sure if Deflect was really the right call, but very small margins here. Probably won't end up making a difference. Stalker and Who Are You neck and neck for the blade. 45 to 43. Who Are You leading by just the 2% here. Lip and Fitz as well. Only 3% separating those two. It's the supports that are strangely lagging behind here, minus Iziaku, who's probably going to get the rally first. That could be a tempo rally as well. Void on half HP.
Will sustain.
Oh, the
Lip
deflect!
Won't. Beautiful to send it back to Lip. Prophet then gets his Izayaki. Void's going to be the next target. Who Are You gets taken out as well. He should do. How does it work? Okay, that's why he's heralded as one of the best Genjis in the world. Very evasive. But it doesn't change the outcome. There's going to be a flip here for the Dynasty. They'll take control of downtown.
That's the young challenger in Stalker, right? Played the match in our last series, the lower breaker finals versus the Philadelphia Fusion, and now ahead of Who Are You in the Blade will find it. Gets a deflect kill versus Lip to start off the fight. 10% and counting for Soul's actual cap percentage. Tempo beat from Lee Jae-gon. Stalker will wait this out now and pull the blade after.
Yeah, Vindame's going to have an answer as well if Who Are You finally gets his online. Both the rallies are going to expire before that happens, I feel. Here's Stalker's Blade. Who Are You can answer if he wants to, but he's holding on to it for a second longer. Izayaki's already gone. There's no answer here as Stalker finds 2. Turns his attention to Lee Jae-gon. It's Smurf to pick up the final blow. And that's Dragons fall into the wayside. Who Are You holding on to the Blade. For now, Lip will have the overclock when they return as well.
Well, he's waiting out the Vindame sound barrier, right? That was an early deterrent. Vindame didn't want to take any chances. Wanted to give Stalker the extra HP to play through for his own blade, knowing it was going to be uncounted. At least they got the extra rally out of Iziaki. Now Vindame was not going to have the sound barrier versus Who Are You. Who Are You pulls immediately. Can this be successful? No.
CC locked up. He went straight into the wall of meat. There is the Junker Queen and Brigitte. No answer there. Carnage takes him out. Void's an easy pickup. Dynasty have control of Busan. They have control of downtown.
This looks
They're
good.
cleaning up the Dragons, and we're getting into the final sections of this round, Avril.
Yeah. And look, Seoul Dynasty, they've been good on control today. They actually took their first map on control away from the Shanghai Dragons. That's one of their 2 map wins so far in this series, and currently they lead by a reasonable margin, 81% to 35 on the cap itself. Both Rampages about to come online. Lip still has the overclock available. That should come through for this particular fight. I expect the Dragons are going to burn double ultimates. How many does Smurf get in the Rampage? Does Smurf even go for now? 4v5.
Vindame's down. This is what the Dragons need. They're at 99%. By the time they get this flip, they're going to be playing from overtime all the way up. Rampage cuts through, finds free, immediate answer to convert Lip. Izayaki and Lee Jae gone, surely are going to follow shortly after. Remover following Sojourn. This is great recovery from the Dragons. Smurf and Fitz have already lost their lives. Prophet, isolated,
Stalker,
going to be taken down. He's turning it out onto Izayaki. I think he's going to try and put the team on his back, but I don't think this was it, Chief. Lost too many members to make an impact, and the Dragons are going to get the flip here, turn it all back, and start their assault against the 99.
And Stalker tried to be the hero. They were the hero play, but who are you as the protagonist? Don't forget, Shanghai Dragons will easily get the cleanup there. They survived against the Smurf Rampage. Void will get his own Rampage through. Stalker, like we were talking about, 2 versus how many? 2v4 was it? 2v5? Stalker pulls a blade, uncharacteristically tries to save the day, and that is just going to be a wasted ultimate.
Look at the tempo which Dynasty get onto the point. Rally from Izayaki, Smurf down low, Stalker, next target, he's down. There's Smurf as well. 1 ult, 1 fight, 66% in climbing. They have beat and played for the next offensive. This is so winnable for Dragons.
Fitz is going to have to fall off the map, gets booped off, so the kill credit even to Lee Jae on that is critical. It's just a tragic way for Fitz to go down and a lot of time burnt. We're already into last fight territory. That 1 fight for Dragons pulls us above 85% with a super late death onto Fitz. Vindane will get the beat, but Lee Jae-gon's already got it, and we talk about the blade from Stalker. Well, guess what? Who Are You has a blade, and Stalker is nowhere near.
Who Are You's under pressure, though. He can't pull the blade out when he's that low. Gets the raw. Here's the blade. He's in the face of the Junker Queen and Brigitte once again. Beats traded.
Oh, C9.
Tragic.
Oh, dear. Real
Tragic
C9. Actual
Dynasty.
C9. Legitimate C9.
Ready for battle.
Oh dear, Seoul Dynasty. You're so focused on the fight happening in front of you, you didn't pay attention to the objective. You saw Stalker go for the dash right at the end there, just a second too late to trigger the overtime. 100% over to the Shanghai Dragons. That would have been hard to take anyway, based on how the fight was going, I feel. But to lose it like that, oh, that's a mental breaker.
I think that was pretty winnable for Seoul. Who Are You was not getting the kills on the blade. Both the sound barriers coming on through, and Who Are You was just slashing green HP. Seoul surviving that one brings it back to a 5 versus 5 neutral. I think that was very winnable for Seoul, but no touch, no contest, no point, no round. That could be, you know, we could get to the end of series and look back at that and think, okay, well, Seoul, what if they won that round, but they didn't, and now Fitz going down. 5v4 for Dragons. Dragons going to get first cap.
Vindame, they're not interested in the Frog. They might return their attention to Smurf. They know he's going to come back round anyway. Prophet shield bashing to get back to safety. Railgun shot not going to connect. They can't find the extra kills on the out, but they will get first cap.
Clean as you like it. When Lip's hitting shots, he's getting the opening frags. You know it's going to go poorly for the Seoul Dynasty. No real responses there. So how is this going to look now for the rest of the round? Lee Jae-gon looking for a boop. Won't find it.
Look at this. Who Are You playing so far away from the team? We're coming from the back line. Void's down low. Prophet getting focused down. Who Are You? Just a Stalker, ironically so, on the back line, taking out the support. Izayaki's removed from Vindane. Stalker then deals with them. Trading 2 for 2. Still got Void alive for now, but Vindane gets the melee kill. An aggressive Lucio is what we love to see.
Oh, Lip
Mega denied. Stalker able to slice through and steal that one away. Guarantees the kill. Flip coming in for the Dynasty.
That's really unfortunate as well, because if Lip actually survives that, then they have numbers. Shanghai Dragons will have 4 up versus 4. Stalker and Lip still making their way back. Tempo rally can't be responded to by Seoul. Shanghai hold the cap. Look at that, still 50%.
Dynasty should have got away with that. That should have been theirs to claim. They're going to drop the beat for this one. Lee Jae-gon has an answer for it. But what will answer
Blades
the
are
blades
coming.
that are about to come online? Here's Lips, Railgun. Overclocking the Vindame. 2 shots, 1 kill. Turns into Prophet, finds him on the slide, sends the Dynasty back to the spawn room. And Dragons have control as we get into the final sections of this round and what could be this map.
Oh, Prophet, you gotta be careful. Lip still has Rail Charge. He's looking for another opening pick all the way in Seoul Dynasty spawn. If he gets it, that'll be Final Fight territory. In fact, it's already Final Fight territory. Seoul can't afford to lose anybody here. He's just hunting. Do you dare peek?
They're
Lip
going
through the underpass now. Seoul Dynasty gets straight to point. Rally in hand. Who are you waiting to blade?
Stalker also has his. Cuts through. He's on Void straight away. Blade from Who Are You doesn't find anyone fast enough. As the Arky will get fits.
Cap, flip.
Stalker's dealt damage, gets one. Good flip, they needed that one. Any C9s won't cost them that much. Stalker cuts through the Arky, Legiagon's about to follow him. Stalker doing the work, trying to redeem himself for that blade on downtown. They got to fight up against 99%. Thankfully they kept the overclock. Thankfully they kept the rampage. They have the tools to start the long climb up to 100.
Yep, it'll be the extra overclock that Fitz didn't use earlier while Lip did. Void still trying to catch up on the Rampage. By the time the Rampages are online, Lip gets a kill on the Stalker. That is so brutal. I was going to say the ultimates on the support line will come up, but maybe it won't matter. Shanghai Dragons have the player advantage. Fitz is desperately trying to match.
Rally. Rampage finds free. Good answer. Void's about to get theirs online. Smurf's
Oh,
gone.
Lip again!
Someone stop this man. He's getting away with murder.
Cap!
They've lost it. Overtime ticks in. Stalker in his face. Cut down by Who Are You? Vindane comes in to try and challenge, trigger the overtime. Fitz is low. Who Are You can take him out in a second. No one's going to be able to touch and survive. Dragons do it. They claim the round. This is a Dragon special to bring out the Doomfist Smurf. Can't get away with it. Prophet comes back. Dragons claim the map. And they go to match point. As we go to the 6th one to potentially seal the deal.
And now you got to look back on the C9 on downtown, and it's
Downtown.
like, wow, what could have been? We could have gone Sanctuary, we could have turned the map around. Soul could have still clutched on through. Mechabase, you'll give that one to the Dragons, fairly earned. But you look over towards City, you look over towards downtown, and they're just so regretful. The Stalker Blade, unfortunate timing there. Why would you even go for it? The C9, no touch. Dragons hitting to 100%. It is just tragedy on this particular map for the Seoul Dynasty. Unfortunately, they have no one to blame but themselves, and now the Dragons take pole position, 3-2 in the series. It does not feel good for Seoul, but I still believe in the map 7 possibility. We still have further chances available.
We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's a hybrid map. Match point Shanghai Dragons on Dynasty's pick. This is the last time we might get to do this, Avril, in the Eastern region, because it's the last time we might see Jote in our match point. I thought we'd hold a little candlelight vigil for this meta. I would say we hardly knew ye, but I think the problem was we knew ye a little too much. Have you got any final words for the meta before we send them off?
Thank God. Goodbye. No, it's you know what? I came to, maybe I got a little bit Stockholm syndrome in there. I came to love it a little bit. There are still some exciting moments. I mean, we got some exciting moments in this final alone. I mean, we've had back and forth gameplay, guaranteed 6 maps here. Really, what more could you wish for? And you know, if anything, despite how things have been across Junker Queen and this particular meta, this has been the best finals that we've had in the Eastern region, because Kickoff Clash did not deliver this well. And I think now, between Shanghai and Seoul, this is the finals we've been waiting for. These are the 2 best teams in the region, going through almost maximum distance. You couldn't wish for more.
It's a fantastic way, and I'm sure the fans are loving it at home. Seoul Dynasty need to win this map, though. They want to stay alive in the series. Force out map number 7, which would be a hybrid type. Of course, that would be Dragon's pick if we go that far. What we can tell you, though, Avril, Escort is up next. Map number 6, Circuit Royale by Seoul Dynasty's choice. A map they are no stranger to.
We did just see this map being played as well in our lower bracket final. Seoul Dynasty got one over the Philadelphia Fusion. Previously, Seoul had not been able to beat Philly on this map. And this was Philly's best map. And now we have a 4-3 victory there. Seoul Dynasty have looked so damn good. And Seoul Dynasty, they need this badly to get back into their own match point contention, take us to a 7th. We'll see how it goes.
For the rollouts, Dynasty on the defense first. No surprise on the composition. These aren't teams that have added much variation outside of the Ash. Shouldn't be expecting many surprises here. I wonder if there's a lip TP that we could use to break the spawn hold, though. Are many teams trying that strategy to break through when teams go close? Because we know Dynasty had a high likelihood of doing it against the Fusion and a high success rate against doing them. Have Shanghai spotted that and gone, okay, we're just going to TP beyond you. We're not going to play your game.
I mean, that's one option, right? You can TP behind, but at the same time, you can just sort of brute force your way out of the spawn as well. The TP can be tricky because you actually see Seoul set up. They have one person checking every single position. And the TP is going to come through. Stalker did check the TP, but he backed out straight away. Didn't want to be part of that one, and now the Bastion from spawn will also come through. Legitimate, real Bastion in the Overwatch League Summer Showdown Finals.
I mean, it works. It's enough deterrence. You've got the safety to be able to play around the spawn. You're just railing damage into the lineup. And it breaks the close hole, but they now got the first corner to get around.
Yep. Oh! Lip took a shot there. Fits with the warning. Message sent
to be a little bit
and
louder.
received.
Yeah, I think Lip's probably put it straight into the spam inbox, though. Not really too bothered by it at the moment. Unfazed.
Oh,
Prophet goes down. Lands a shot to Lee gone. Smurf's going to be cleared out. They lose Who Are You? Doesn't matter. He's right around the corner. Fitz goes forward. He goes aggressive. Gets his Iyaki while he's in the sky. It's a consolation prize.
Yeah.
The Dragons will push the Paywood forward.
Well, the Dragons will still be able to have all 5 in time as Fitz goes down at about the same time. Iziaki's already coming back from spawn. Lip, by the way, started on the Bastion. Got some ult charge to the Bastion, swaps onto the Sojin a little bit later compared to where Fitz started with Sojin. Already has more ult charge than Fitz. We saw that rail headshot, by the way, onto Smurf that put Smurf into the dirt. And if that didn't happen, Smurf would have had a lot more HP to play through. Really hard for Seoul Dynasty to exist in that sort of environment. And Lip again, he's going to get the opening. Lip has been unbelievable this final.
Stalker was put in such a difficult position there. He had to use the dash just to survive. He got booped off the map by Lee Gon. The only way he survives is by using that cooldown. He lines up straight and perfect for Lip to take out. Lip doesn't miss! He doesn't miss! Smurf has been removed, point A captured, and they are locking them on a split spawn. Fitz can just stay there. He's locked in the tiny Overwatch room. Gets taken out. And Shanghai Dragons on fire right now, Avril.
Yeah, Fitz has been a naughty boy. He's been sent to the timeout room. It's going to be a late death in the Shanghai Dragons. This is another situation where we're like, are they pushing B or C? Because they are so far up currently. Lip already has an ultimate. Lee Jagon has beaten well ahead of Vindane, by the way, and Lip just because of the kill. This man can't stop.
One shot, one kill. Railguns coming in from Lip. Look at them, they're just playing around point C. They're nowhere near the point. It's just being walked in. Blade comes out from Stalker. Look at the disengage. He can't go forward. Beat comes out
My
from Major
goodness.
Gordon, that was expended. Who Are You has Blade. Lip has an overclock. He's been lethal doing these natty. Now he's about to pump the juice.
The deflect's about to go. The deflect actually came on through. Lip nearly killed himself there, but we're ready for the rails once more. Who's going to be the target here? You have to be so careful. Who Are You on the Blade? Hunting for a kill.
And Dynasty don't have the luxury of the time. Fitz finds Lee J gone. A sigh of relief from the Seoul Dynasty as they're able to breathe a little bit. Fitz following up onto the second support. Shanghai Dragons not having any healing produced as Void will be taken down. At the end of the day, this is how the map's laid out, Avril. That's the fight you have to win, because that's the one on the cusp of the objective being taken.
Absolutely. And with Who Are You not able to get too much done there, Iziaki pulled through the rally, and Seoul Dynasty will survive the Shanghai Dragons offense there with a couple of meters to spare. Now as the payload moves backwards, that meterage does increase ever so slightly. We're about to head into Rampage territory once again. Smurf needs a good one. He has had some really unfortunate rampages so far over the course of both of our series, lower bracket and also the final here. Void has had better success in that region, and those will be the only two ultimates available.
Railgun charge holding.
Fitz keeps it live. So is Lip. 100 charging each. One in the chamber. Slide. Won't find it. Disrupt the shot into the fight.
Two-man hit.
Raw comes in. Looks at Stalker. Wants to move to the rest of his team. Smurf and Fitz are going to be removed here. Voids. Rampage coming in faster. Coming in clutch. Prophet gets one back. Lip takes out Vindane. This is a fight win for the Dragons though. Stalker can't do much here. They'll walk it in. Point C. Unlocked and ready for the taking.
And I just respect that Lip is so patient on the overclock, right? Not the overclock, but well, he is also, but the railgun in particular. He is no rush to fire those off into the abyss. Waiting for the right targets, the right opportunities. And he's about to get this overclock in short order, hunting on the sides for any ult charge that he can find. Void carried that last fight. Rampage finds enough. Smurf still holds. Has a Rampage now for the C defense. 3 minutes 20 on board for the Shanghai Dragons. Still plenty of ground to push through before we get to the end of the map.
Shanghai Dragons are up in the rafters right now. They have the high ground advantage. Drops down to push the payload.
Stalker Blade as well. No support,
Could be a good
ultimates on
option for
Dragons.
them.
Both these ults should clear.
Tag Smurf. It's big. Sustain needed, but they're going to use that as the go button to walk forward. Rally comes out from Prophet. Lip's about to get the overclock online. He's taken out. Smurf has the Rampage ready to go. They're not going to need it. This is a fight win. Be economic here, Dynasty. You don't need to throw anything into the fire. Hold on to that blade. I swear to God, Stalker, remove the Q key. Don't do it.
He's
got no reason to.
He's going to go off the map
map.
here. Lijigun's kind of wasting his own time, so he won't give the kill over to Stalker. But he is going to delay his own death there. So we'll see if that time is going to be a factor as Shanghai Dragons down to 2:25 now. About a minute gone since we last checked in a very economical fight. Only the rally being put in by Prophet. Here comes Stalker now. Low HP. Stalker might just die. He does.
Straight into the carnage. There was an axe swing waiting for him as he got set up. Then the Rampage comes through. Lijigun's beat's going to try and deter that from Smurf. Overclock available for Lip. He doesn't need it. Pumps one into Fitz. Looks towards Vindane. The rest of his team's going to clean this one up. Outside the spawn room. Got a bit to go. Home stretch.
Final push.
2 minutes left. Vindame's beat against 3 Dragons ultimates.
And Void will get this Rampage up online as well, so the fight will go the distance. And this one beat, this one is a load-bearing sound barrier from Vindame, and if it doesn't work, the whole house will fall. Seoul Dynasty also have Fitz on the overclock as well. Fitz has been pretty important in this matchup so far. He can still get an opening pick that really changes things. So there's one play to save today for Seoul Dynasty. I am looking at Fitz.
He's done it a couple of times this series, particularly on Colosseo. Needs to be given the breathing room. Use the overclock. Good sight lines to abuse.
Shanghai waiting.
Dragons
Disengage.
have the luxury of time. They have time. They don't need to. One in the chamber.
Oh, the knife.
Tags Lip, but it's not a kill.
Here we
Rally
go.
to reinitiate. Vindane
Fitz
still
down
has
one.
that beat. Still alive, but Who Are You's on cleanup. Pulls the blade, runs back to the team. Sound barrier used aggressively. And Who Are You's happy to
this is
take
a
that
cap.
challenge as the
This is a
Rampage
cap.
from Void comes in. No one can stop it. Stalker's alive. Fitz can grapple hook himself into another death if he wants to. But the Shanghai Dragons complete with 47 seconds left in the time bank.
And that's the sort of 1-2 punch play from Lip and Who Are You, right? Lip doesn't have to get the final blow. Tags Fitz with the rail shot, puts him under 1 HP, and Who Are You will get the dunk. And that's enough for the Shanghai Dragons to get a player lead. Void with a 3-man rampage, and guess what? That's still 100% of the Seoul Dynasty members alive. 3 out of 3. No one can do a damn thing on the defense. And the Shanghai Dragons, with 47 seconds left on board, get themselves a cap. And I got a fun fact for you, Tread. We talked about this man a lot already. Let me drive home another statistic that will really blow your mind. Over the course of that entire offense for the Shanghai Dragons, capping all 3 points with 47 seconds left to spare, Lip has 0 deaths.
Unbelievable. Check his PC, and his mouse, and his brand of underwear. I want to know how this man plays Overwatch. I want to know how he gets away with being this darn good at the game. We'll get more evidence as Shanghai Dragons move on to their defense.
His brand of Overwatch is Bugatti. He just wears the entire vehicle around his groin. Yep. The whole car is his underwear.
Dragons defense, they're going to go for a close hold. Are you surprised? I wonder if the Seoul Dynasty will try and go for the Bastion tactics to break through. They're hovering the Symmetra, might go for the TP instead. We'll see what the options are. Go back to the Sojourn. They're going to try and do it natty.
Are you happy to see me, or is that an 8-liter W16 engine? I don't know. Let's find out. It is a vehicle map. It is a racing map. Circuit Royale out on board.
Fitz is down.
Yep, he just doesn't stop. He doesn't stop. That's what happens. We've got 8 gears.
Well, just shut down Prophet. Izayaki's also off the field. Void takes Stalker. The hold's still effective. They're back in the spawn room. They've done enough to keep it going. Fast spawns mean that they should be able to fight back quite easily. Void low. Smurf just as low. There's the cut through from Who Are You to get back to safety. This is on the cusp of just being removed right now. There you go. Full hold broken. They will start getting the payload in motion.
Okay, important now. Seoul Dynasty only lost not even quite 1 minute there, so that's pretty important. Looking at Railgun ult charge for the overclock as well. Lip on 54, Fitz on 32. Here's another fun fact for you. The average time for an ultimate earn for Lip is 1:53. The average ult time for Fitz to earn the same overclock, 3 minutes 10.
Lapping
it's about a minute and 10,
lapping.
15 gap there. Again, that's the Bugatti Veyron in his pants doing the work.
Threat neutralized.
Fitz finding that shot onto Lee J gone. It's kind of huge, actually. Dynasty should be able to get point A off the back of that. Lee J gone. They find another pick that'll seal the deal.
He's got the respawn. He's a Lucio and he's got the respawn. There is another fight here still, so Fitz has done a really good job to deter the Shanghai Dragons. But with Lee J gone back in now, this is where the real fight begins. Watch the blades coming through. Who Are You and Stalker both very close. Stalker leads by a fair margin. Lee J gone and Vindane nearly on beats.
Void under pressure. Blade comes out from Who Are You. Stalker pulls it. Beats in answer. Who Are You's on the Junker Queen. He takes out Smurf. Void goes down to Smurf in that engagement as well. Doesn't look like Stalker found any kills. Might have exerted a lot of pressure onto the Dragons though. Still even, 4 apiece. No tanks online. Goes for the overclock shot instead. Won't find it. Lip trying to find Prophet. Puts up the shield. Legion takes out Stalker. Fitz uses their overclock now. They've caught up just in time. He immediately gets sent back round the corner because because Lip had 1 in the chamber to send him back.
130.
Denies the ultimate. Who Are You? Who Are You got it. 130 away from claiming the finals victory.
That's the thing, right? Dragons have match point. They're looking for the full hold now. Seoul Dynasty, they have to finish the map. It just feels like the path to victory to go to map 7 is so far away for the Seoul Dynasty. They need ultimates, they need something. Smurf and Void about to get the rampages online, but it's Izaaki that has the rally. No other supports have any ultimates, no other DPS have any ultimates. They had Lee Jig on down via Fitz's railgun before to actually get a 5v4, but they couldn't win a fight off that because Shanghai still had the respawns. Now, Fitz is going to have to pull that through again. He needs another pick. He's got the rail. Doesn't get the kill.
Step out the shadow, find the pick, make it winnable. Void finds Prophet with the carnage. Smurf's down low as well. They've got time for another fight, Apple, but they need to make this fast.
Oh, it's getting so tight. Void of the Rampage, Smurf on 89. We are not seeing any Prophet or Vindame ultimates coming online soon enough, and Shanghai Dragons are going to push even further forward. Who Are You wants this blade. He wants it badly. Stalker, he's so far away compared to Who Are You. And speaking of wanting, the Shanghai Dragons have been waiting for this victory for so long. They want this championship. 15 seconds.
Fitz Get the charge, Fitz. You can make this a 4v5 if your aim is true. Don't let Lip give you a kiss on the mouth.
Smurf's there. Lijigon and Vindane close to each other as well.
Lined
Remember,
up.
look at the players. Here comes Smurf. Coming
Finds
through.
two.
He catches only 2. Is it
Boy
enough?
can answer back though. He's going to go for it. It's huge. He finds 4 instead. Goes for the clutch back. Everyone's low. Dynasty have been deleted. The Dragons will wait no more. They continue to stand as kings of this meta. They will take Circuit Royale and claim themselves a stage final.
That's going to be it. As the last vestiges of the Seoul Dynasty fall, all challenge to the throne have been abated, and the House of the Dragons reigns supreme. The Shanghai Dragons are your 2022 Summer Showdown champions.
Another day in the office for the Dragons. It appears they're all up on their seats, giving each other rounds of hugs, celebrating this victory. You said, Avril, they've waited so long for it. They finally claim it in the final stage tournament of the year.
350
Dynasty, they were so close.
days. 350 days, Trid, since the Shanghai Dragons won the 2021 playoffs. It's been that long. And they haven't even been to a final since then. Missed out on Kickoff Clash. Missed out on Mid-Season Madness. A slow start to the year. They were bogged down by visas and quarantines and entry into Shanghai. They had internet issues. They couldn't get scrims going. They were late to preseason. Kickoff Clash still was a reasonable stage for the Mid-Season Madness. They were entirely missing. Who Are You comes back in for the Genji meta of all Genji metas in Jotes for Stage 3 in Summer Showdown. And finally, 350 days later from beating the Atlanta Reign, we have another championship online for the Shanghai Dragons, another title under their belt.
The Shanghai Dragons, they played phenomenally. Like you said, you've given some praise over to Who Are You coming into the Genji meta, but for us, there was only one player of the match. It's Lip. It had to be Lip. Taking control of this series on so many occasions, creating so many 4v5s with the overclock, 4Ks in the fight. He's got an aim like nothing else, making a stake to be a candidate for MVP. Sojourn has been a fantastic hero for him to really show us his chops.
And that's the thing about Lip as well. The improvement was actually slow. He wasn't amazing on Sojourn to start with. He didn't really get to play it earlier on. They played the Soldier meta in Kickoff Clash, Mid-Season Madness, started to catch up, but it is a Summer Showdown that Lip proved that he is still top of the line, top shelf talent, elite tier MVP. He was literally Grand Finals MVP last year, and in everyone's minds, was also the runner-up for the MVP race behind Leave. Now we're going to give him the Finals MVP for Summer Showdown, the first title for Shanghai Dragons since the 2021 Playoffs Finals. And Lip, in my mind, currently, for my money's worth, is the best Sojourn because the value he brings to the table, does he have the shiniest stats? Doesn't have the greatest of the accuracy stats that we've seen. I don't know, compared to the damage and the overclock kills, etc. I don't know if he's number one there. I think we actually saw from the Billy broadcast when they brought up the Sojourn stats for Summer Showdown only, Lip was actually number one in a lot of categories, but when you talk about impact, this is the eye test, Shred, that I'm going to talk about here. This is something that you can't write down statistically. How many first bloods does Lip get? How many opening frags, how many just impact frags does he get to shut down key specific members in the time that he gets those to enable 5v4s to give his team the ability to win these fights? And even if he doesn't get the kill, even if it's not his name on the kill feed, Who Are You has the alley-up, he gets the dunk off the layup from Lip to find that kill. So Lip's railgun value is still there even if it's not him getting the kill. That's why Lip is, in my mind, the best.
And again, it's not just Prophet as well. We saw on Dorado, he coordinates with Izayaki as well for a fast flail. Unbelievable coordination with his team. You've sung his praises. Couldn't have done it better myself, Avril. Lip takes player of the match for the finals. Shanghai Dragons claim their first stage finals as well. And that puts a close to the tournament. The final stage, if you will. We're looking ahead towards playoffs next. And it raises some questions. We know there are changes that are going to come into the meta. Jotes, supposedly, no longer going to be a thing as we look towards grand finals. Shanghai Dragons found success with this composition. The Dragons fans at home have got to be sat there longing and going, okay, whatever comes next, we need to keep the same power that we have right now, stay consistent in the power rankings, and make a good run for grand finals next round the corner.
And really all it comes down to is the fact that you have to peak at the right times. It doesn't matter that you got a slow start early on. It doesn't matter that some of these teams had a poor mid-season madness that will weigh on their minds heavily, I'm sure. That's something they want to get over, and the first step to getting over it is to do well in the Summer Showdown, win if you can. And by the way, Shanghai Dragons undefeated. They finally did drop maps. They dropped a total of 3 maps. Trid, 2 today, 1 versus Philly back in the regular season. Still got there, how many is it now? 28 maps. They still won, how many is it now? 6-0 in the qualifier, 3-0 here.
9-0.
What more do you want? You know, that's 9-0 total. They haven't lost a single match at all. They are without a doubt the kings of the Eastern region. And as we move forward to the Countdown Cup and future metas, I look forward to seeing how far the Dragons can go into playoffs. Can they get to another championship stage for a final? Can they go back-to-back just like the Shock? The right time to peak is right now, and that's where Dragons are at.
And they need to put the question to bed once and for all. Who's stronger, East or West? Right now, all the arguments are saying the West is stronger after mid-season madness. I think they want to come and clap back when it gets to the grand finals. I've been Trid, this has been Avril. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to disappear for now, but you can come back later live from Toronto to see the finals of the Summer Showdown for the Western region.